The first significant severe weather outbreak of 2026 is bringing showers, thunderstorms with damaging wind gusts, large hail possible, and isolated tornadoes across the Carolinas on this Monday morning, expected to last into the evening hours. And we've got all the latest here on the Carolina Weather Group. And good morning. I'm Sam Walker. Just after 10:35, in fact, here on this Monday morning. I'm Sam Walker on the Outer Banks. Going to be with you throughout the day with live coverage, as we have had a couple of tornado warnings already issued here in North Carolina and in South Carolina. Things are starting to pick up as we get through the day today, as we get more instability, atmosphere heating up with this cold front that's coming through, pretty strong cold front. That's going to bring us quite a bit of shower and thunderstorm activity over the next really 12 hours across the Carolinas, with the biggest threat, it looks like, in central North Carolina and in the Midlands of South Carolina. Let's get right to the radar right now, because we've got quite a bit of activity at the moment to bring you. And we will start with what we're seeing with our tornado warnings that are currently in effect. Now, you can see, first off, the tornado watch that we have that's pretty much stretching from I-77 to I-95 in North Carolina, and roughly along that same area in South Carolina at the moment. And that's what we're dealing with right now. We expect that tornado watch to get expanded out farther to the east as we get through lunchtime and into the late afternoon. But we do have a couple of active tornado warnings right now. Let's zoom on into the Triad, where we've got one currently in effect between Winston-Salem and Greensboro. It is a radar-indicated tornado warning for Forsyth and parts of Guilford counties at the moment, also including a portion of Davidson County. Tornado warning remaining in effect until 10:45 a.m. again for eastern Forsyth, northeastern Davidson, and northwestern Guilford counties until 10:27 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Kernersville, about 8 miles east of Winston-Salem, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Again, this is radar indicated rotation with this tornado warning. That's really all we've seen so far with our tornado warnings so far this morning. Have they been radar indicated? Now, we have had some damage reports come in. We're going to get to those in just a moment. We do have another tornado warning now just issued. It expires in 22 minutes. This one is between Troy and Asheboro. This is for Montgomery, Moore, Randolph, and Stanley counties. This is just coming in a few moments ago. Again, radar indicated tornado warning for portions of northwestern Moore County, northern Montgomery County, southern Randolph County, east central Stanley County until 11 a.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Baden Lake at 10:36, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So again, that is a radar indicated tornado warning there. Those are currently the two we have in the Carolinas at the moment. As you can see in the yellow, pretty much that entire stretch, I would call that the 220 corridor, and maybe down to 52 right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings with this line that stretches pretty much across all of North Carolina, from about Martinsville, Virginia, down to roughly Lancaster in South Carolina. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for this line that really is expected to be the most powerful line we see. Let's move down to South Carolina. You can see that large tornado, severe thunderstorm warning box there. And let's get you details on that. That one expires in 20 minutes. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Lee County, Calhoun, Chesterfield, Sumter, Richland, and Kershaw counties until 11 o'clock a.m. At 10:15 a.m., a severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from Goodale State Park to Gadsden, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. The main hazard with that is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Now, that's one thing we have not seen mention of any hail with our severe thunderstorm warnings that we've had issued so far today. All of these have been for the strong winds in them. This severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Cabarrus and southeastern Rowan, that's been canceled. Excuse me there. This one, bear with me as that warning has been canceled. So we'll get out of that one. So we'll move back into North Carolina with our severe thunderstorm warnings that we'll run through the list here for you. That's the watch. And by the way, all the watches are currently in effect until 2:00 this afternoon. They're going to get extended as this line moves west, or it moves east. If it moves west, we got problems. But all this line of severe weather moving to the east this morning. So here's that severe thunderstorm warning. That's the statement that was associated. Okay, here's the warning. 10:45 a.m. for Union County with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust expected out of that one. This large warning, severe thunderstorm warning box here. This one is for Davidson, Anson, Montgomery, Randolph, Stanley, and portions of Guilford County until 11 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from near High Rock Lake to Unionville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's the hazard there. This severe thunderstorm warning, which has that tornado warning included in it, that one is until 10:45 a.m. for parts of Forsyth, Davidson, and Guilford counties. And then the last one that we've got currently in effect up here around Reidsville, that one is again for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and includes Stokes, Rockingham, as well as parts of Henry and Patrick counties just across the state line until 10:45. So all these are currently for radar indicated cells. And again, we've got those 3 tornado warnings currently in place. I'm going to move up to this one here just because it's right on that edge. I don't want that part. I want the tornado warning. This is the tornado warning that is in Virginia. That includes southeastern Patrick and southeastern Franklin canceled. Okay, yeah, Martinsville and central Henry County until 10:45. That one's about to expire. And again, all these, again, are radar indicated. Now, we're going to slide over here to the west where we've already seen the severe weather move through earlier this morning. I'm going to start from south to north and just give you an idea of what we've dealt with. There was some thunderstorm wind damage reported in Joanna, South Carolina, with power outages and utility line damage there. There was a second one. Let me get that other one. I don't want to jump out of that one yet because I just want to kind of give you a little summary here. That's the watch box. Okay. All right. This was some thunderstorm wind damage reported with power outages and utility damage off Highway 215, about 2 miles south of Monarch Mills, South Carolina. Head on over to the east a little bit. Again, all these coming in from utility companies. Power outages, utility line damage, 3 miles northeast of Blackstock, South Carolina. We'll move on up to here in North Carolina. There was a 48-mile-an-hour wind gust recorded. We've seen that about 40 to 50 have been some of the wind gusts we've seen so far out of this, with some of the damage or some of the local storm reports that have come in. Let's move on into, here's some power lines now reported about northeast of Center City in Charlotte. I'm going to zoom down a little tighter so we can get on into, I did see where we got a wind gust recorded of 61 miles an hour. That was at Bank of America Stadium at 9:40 a.m. There was a tornado warning just northeast of that. So the northeast side of uptown Charlotte had a tornado warning about 35, 40 minutes ago, right at the top of the hour. That was, again, that radar indicated, and that cell has since moved off to the east, and that's where we've got that warning now just east of Albemarle. Let's see. Thunderstorm wind damage. Again, I already did that one for you. All right. And then moving up here to Salisbury, where we had some reports, some spotter report of some trees down on the road 3 miles west-southwest of Salisbury. And then another tighter look at this one. And that might be the same one. Nope, tree down on Main Street in Salisbury. Move back out here up towards Statesville, where there was reported multiple trees down just northwest of Troutman. And I think that's it as far as those. Yeah, one back over here towards Newton Conover, where there was some reports of power lines down along Emmanuel Church Road, southwest of Claremont, North Carolina. Just got another warning here, another tornado warning that just came in. This looks like it's going to be for Rockingham County, North Carolina. Radar indication of a tornado possible until 11:15 a.m. This tornado warning is for southeastern Rockingham County at 10:44. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Bethany, about 10 miles southeast of Madison, moving east at 40 miles an hour. And again, this is radar indicated rotation. And that has pretty much been all of our tornado warnings so far this morning. Thankfully, been radar indications, meaning we haven't seen anything on the ground. Change, obviously. We're going to be having to watch this all day long. And as, again, we get the heating of the day, we'll see these storms intensify further. And, of course, as we get out farther in the afternoon, we haven't even really talked about what's going on here along the I-95 corridor in eastern North Carolina. But you can see that line there from roughly, and we've got a severe weather statement right now that covers pretty much Wilson and Rocky Mount, even down to Smithfield. That one, I'll just take a look at this one real quick special weather statement. That was for winds of 40 miles an hour from that strong thunderstorm in Nash, Edgecombe, Wilson, and northeastern Johnston counties through 11:30 a.m. A little cluster down here towards Richlands, northwest of Jacksonville. That is for Onslow and Duplin counties until 11 o'clock, with a line of thunderstorms from Beulahville to near Maple Hill, with wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. So those are all the warnings we have at the moment, and then there's severe weather statements as well. So you've got two really distinct areas of thunderstorm activity currently. This line that's running right along I-95 out in eastern North Carolina. Not so much down in the low country of South Carolina, and haven't really gone down that far south for you, but really not a whole lot of activity down there. This area here is what we've got to watch for. This line, that's the main body of our severe weather outbreak today. That's what we're going to be watching. I wanted to switch over to another view and just kind of give you the wide picture view here. So give me just a second as I make that change over to a different screen. And this is the Storm Prediction Center map that just came through a short time ago. That is showing, of course, that moderate risk of severe weather from northern South Carolina all the way through central North Carolina and on up through central Virginia to the D.C. area. Rare that we've seen one that far out, looking at what the National Weather Service was talking about to us over the weekend as we got ready for this. The last time we've seen anything this far out was 2018, I do believe. I'm going to go back and look at that now in the weather chat. But it was 2018 was the last time we saw anything, a risk that far out. So moderate risk here in central North Carolina, parts of central South Carolina. Then, of course, the enhanced risk covering pretty much all of South Carolina and North Carolina. And, of course, obviously everything's kind of shifting to the east now. This was from, 12 Zulu. So this was this morning. 13 Zulu. So 4 hours, do the math, 9 o'clock. This was the 9 o'clock from the SPC. That was the categorical. Tornado risk really looks like it's between I-95 and I-77, as we've talked about. That's where we currently have our warnings in place from the radar indications. But again, nothing has been reported on the ground. Winds, wind gusts in excess of 50 miles an hour or higher. That everybody's pretty much in that through both states. And the main risk for this stretching all the way out to here on the Outer Banks and then back west to I-77. Our hail threat has really dropped. It's only about a 5%, so can't rule it out. But this really looks like a wind event with the strong to wind gusts, damaging wind gusts topping out at 50 miles or more, 50 knots or more. So what, 55, 60 miles an hour or higher. And then, of course, the isolated tornado threat is still in place. So that's what the SPC put out earlier today as our last update, our most recent update from them. And trying to keep that on there. Yeah, let's go back. Okay, let's go back over to the radar image for you. If you've got something you want to chime in with here on the Carolina Weather Group and our live coverage, got any questions you want to ask, feel free to do so. We'd love to hear from you. I'm going to switch over to my other image. We're going to replace that, and we're going to go check to radar scope and give you the big picture. All right. Okay. There you go. Let's give you a bigger picture. You don't want to see me. You're going to see the radar. We're going to just go back all radar now. There you go. So currently we've got 3 tornado warnings in effect. 2 in North Carolina. Those are the only 2 that we have currently in effect. This one here, and you can see that storm right there that's starting to intensify a little bit between Troy and Asheboro. And on up towards Siler City, they're going to be kind of in the line. So Asheboro about to get this one that's coming in now. This, again, a radar indicated, expires at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock for a possible tornado radar indicated. This one in Rockingham County, that one runs until 23 minutes, 24. Yeah, so roughly about 11:20, 11:15 is when that one is set to expire. So there you go. That's our latest warnings there. As far as tornado warnings, this severe thunderstorm warning that stretches from roughly let's see here. That one is until 8 minutes. So top of the hour on that one for parts of Guilford, Montgomery, and Randolph counties. So yeah, that's where we're at. Montgomery, Randolph, and parts of Guilford County till 11 o'clock for that severe thunderstorm warning. And then the severe thunderstorm warning now covering all of pretty much Henry, parts of Patrick County in Virginia, and then almost all of Rockingham County. That one runs until about 11:20 this morning. All right, let me try to pull up the chat here. You folks have been chiming in on that. So I want to zoom back out. Give you the big picture, and we'll take some of your comments because I see a lot of folks have been asking questions. Flying solo here, so it'll be kind of a, I said it's not rough. It's not going to be rough. It's just going to be a little different. But doing the solo deal here can create some interesting occurrences here on the show. Yeah, we go. Let's see. Dustin, 2 miles, 2 areas of rotations being watched just west of Darlington County, moving northeast. We'll get down on that one for you then there, Dustin. Thanks for that. Let's see. Let me get down to Darlington County here. And where is that one? Where are you? There you are. Yep. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I see that one right there. And that is that area that's under severe thunderstorm warning right now. Dustin pointed out where they're watching 2 potential areas of rotation. I have not been in the weather chat since we got on, so I'm going to jump over there while we look at that and just see if there's anything coming in that is of note from Wilmington on that. Let me scroll through. Yep, there's my Wilmington. Okay, yep, get down to latest messages. That's all data stuff. Yeah, so I don't have anything current from Wilmington. Columbia, let me get over to Columbia and see what they're talking about right now in the weather chat. Hadn't been in there since the ice storm. Let's see. Yep. Report from radio operator in Springfield and Orangeburg County. Heavy rain with a half inch so far, and they had lost power. That was at 10:15 this morning, according to the Spotter Network, or the ham radio operator in Springfield, South Carolina. Let's see here. Anything else that's come through as far as on the weather chat? Nope, not seeing anything at the moment. Let me zoom back out here just because we don't have any other actives. So I do want to get up here to these active tornado warnings, though. Let's stay focused on those at the moment. This cell here, you can see moving towards Ashboro, right along up to getting to 220 and 73, 74 as we speak. That line there. And then kind of the same thing when you head up here. Just as Reedsville's going to get just brushed by, well, that cell there kind of weakened a little bit as it's moved in through across Rockingham County. Wentworth getting it right now, and also getting ready to see things happen in Reedsville at the moment. From our 2 tornado warnings. Again, that one is expected. That one expires in 19 minutes. And the one down here around just south of Ashboro and into the Seagrove area, that one expires in 4 minutes. So there's where we are right now as far as our warnings, our tornado warnings that are active at the moment. One thing to note, and we're just going to kind of, as we go through the day here, just kind of make some observations. And where I am up in the northeast corner of the state, we're seeing some periods of sunshine. Not a lot of high clouds, and kind of a mixture. And that's going to create that instability. So anywhere we see the sun pop out over the next few hours, we're going to see that instability crank up, and that's going to help feed these storms. Here's another special weather statement that's just been issued down around in the Johnston County area. That is for gusty showers impacting western Johnston County through 11:30. Doppler radar tracking some gusty showers 7 miles west of Smithfield, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour with wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Still got this one here, this special weather statement. It runs until around 11:30 for that same kind of cluster that's going to be running parallel to I-95. One thing about it, when you look at the radar overall, is that this is our typical setup. Historically, when we've seen severe weather outbreaks, is when we've seen things move from southwest to northeast and kind of that training effect, and almost a northeast direction with these strong cells. This has been kind of our classic setup for having severe weather outbreaks in North Carolina and South Carolina. So we are, everything's lined up for us to see one. All right, I'm going to go back over here now because we've seen some local storm reports coming in now from those earlier that line that's moved through. Let's see here. We're going to start up here north around Mount Airy with this one. Tree reported down by the 911 center in Stokes County near Woodville in Stokes County. Not to be confused with Woodville out in Perquimans County. Some thunderstorm wind damage reported in the Mount Airy area, about 3 miles south of White Plains, North Carolina. Another one about 2 miles east-southeast of Fairview, a tree down reported in the Dobson area. And then let's see, this one right along I-77 here. This is in the Elkin area, about 2 miles east-southeast of Mountain Park. We'll move on down I-77. Some multiple trees down on Highway 901 near Harmony, North Carolina. And then some more storm reports out in that part of the state, 3 miles southeast of Love Valley with multiple trees down off Highway 115. So we have seen the tree damage coming with these 60 mile an hour plus gusts out of these storms. I believe this one around Statesville we already hit earlier. Yeah, that was near Troutman. So these are a couple of new ones that have come in just in the last few moments. That was one we already looked at. So those are the latest storm reports we've had come in just in the last couple of minutes. All right, update on those. Okay, we got a new tornado warning now. Northeast of Reedsville, includes Reedsville. This one issued just a minute ago, and this is for East Central Rockingham County, Northern Caswell County until 11:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Reedsville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. That was just issued a moment ago until 11:30 a.m. for that tornado warning in parts of Caswell and Rockingham County. This tornado warning here that was just south of Reedsville, that one is in effect until 11:15 for southeastern Rockingham County. And then the one that was around between south of Asheboro, that has been allowed to expire. So those are only two current tornado warnings in the Carolinas at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning here until 11:30 for a wide swath. This one is a lot of area there: Alamance, Chatham, Guilford, Lee, Montgomery, Moore, Orange, and Randolph County. This one just being issued a moment ago. A lot of that central North Carolina area there until 11:30. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 7 miles southeast of Greensboro to Seagrove to 7 miles northeast of Ansonville, moving east at 45 miles an hour. And again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible with those. That's that severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for that large area between Asheboro and Pittsburgh and on up to the I-40, I-85 area and all the way down to Southern Pines and the Sandhills. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning there. This severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire at 11:30. That one is including, and this one was just issued 11 o'clock, an update on it. Rockingham, Western Pennsylvania, Eastern Henry, Southeastern Franklin County, City of Martinsville. That's in Virginia, of course. So the Rockingham Lake, where there is severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near southern Smith Mountain Lake to near Monroeton, moving east at 40 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. All right, let's scroll on down here and see, has our tornado watch been oh, here we go. Okay, so we're starting to see the tornado watches expand, and we've got a new tornado watch now in effect for my neck of the woods. Tornado watch 67. That includes pretty much, it includes a very large area. Too much to name as far as the counties and all that go. That's until 7 p.m. now. The northeast corner of North Carolina now under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. A few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible with widespread damaging winds, isolated significant gusts to 85 miles an hour likely. Isolated large hail events to 1 inch in diameter is possible. Several bands and clusters of storms expected to intensify through the afternoon with the potential to produce swaths of damaging winds, some significant, 75 to 85 miles an hour, and embedded circulations will pose a threat for several tornadoes, some of which could be strong EF2+. So again, this tornado, that is for this tornado watch that was just issued until 7 p.m. tonight, north of the Albemarle Sound, so all the way the entire northeast corner of the state is now under a tornado watch, northeast North Carolina. That tornado watch until 7 p.m. And that also includes all of Eastern Virginia and on up to the Baltimore and Washington, D.C. area. So we do see some warnings up there now as well. South Carolina, you're kind of in a quiet, relatively quiet, if you want to call it that. There's some pretty rough thunderstorms coming through right now. And we do have that tornado watch down there for the Midlands until 2 o'clock. Our tornado watch that's in effect for central North Carolina. That, let's see here. I didn't want that. I wanted the tornado watch. That one again is until 3 o'clock. There was an update on that one that was issued just before the top of the hour and expanded out to include a good portion. Yeah, that one now includes Wake County. So now you're under tornado watch there. The Triangle is all totally under that tornado watch, that one running until 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we don't have any updates on any of our current warnings. So, all right, so let's go to the chat here. I know a lot of you folks are watching us on the live on the Storm Tracker over on YouTube right now, and I see your comments coming in over there. Let's see if I can't pull those up on the screen, but I can at least kind of jump on a couple of the comments I've seen here in the live chat. Ryan raying in about the tornado alert for Reidsville with that warning that just came in. Chris asking about Wilson. You are right on the edge of the current tornado watch. You've got that tornado. I'm sorry. You are inside this special weather statement because of this cluster of showers and storms right now. They're just west of Wilmington. There's a little one down the southeast side of town. Right around the 587 264 expressway. That special weather statement lasting until the top of the hour or bottom of the hour, 11:30, for wind gusts of 45 miles an hour or higher, wind 40 miles an hour or higher in that cluster. Let's see. Kits, it is starting to get worse. We're going to see again the intensity of these things pick up as we get the heating of the day. So yes, we are going to see things. We're not going to see things go down as we go through the day for eastern North Carolina and eastern South Carolina. The threat is going to probably get worse as we get through the afternoon, as these storms make their way across both states, and they will intensify. And again, we've got two distinct areas of thunderstorm activity that have formed up. One that's running right along I-95 and US 1. And then this other line out here that is now making its way through the triad and starting to edge its way towards the triangle. And then, of course, Hartsville, you've got that cell that's just to your west at the moment. Has that got there yet? Nope, not quite. Bishopsville seeing it right now. And Florence, you're going to be getting it sooner than later. Sumter, getting through that the strongest line or the main line. Columbia, still some cells developing back out of that. A lot of ground clutter on the Columbia radar at the moment, but things are starting to wind down out there. In fact, that's why you're not even in the tornado watch box now. Although there is some activity down in Georgia. We got to watch this. I may have spoken too soon for the folks in the upstate and in the Midlands, because we do see a lot of activity down here in Georgia that's still got to make its way through. How much farther east does that get as it makes its way north will depend on several factors. But maybe I can pull out here and kind of give you an idea. Yeah, a lot of this activity in Georgia is still going to have to come to South Carolina, it looks like, before it gets offshore. So day's not done yet out there. I've kind of focused on these two specific areas here, but man, there's a lot of activity that's got to make its way up from the southwest before things quiet out this evening. And out where I'm at in the northeast corner of the state, again, we got a tornado watch now until 7 o'clock. That's gonna, as we get through the day, we're not expected really to see things quiet down out here until probably after midnight. One thing that we do have working for us is these big giant bodies of water called sounds. Albemarle Sound, the Pamlico Sound, Atlantic Ocean. Water temperatures in the Atlantic right now still in the 40s, some low 50s as you get down towards Hatteras and on down towards Morehead City, even getting up in towards the low, upper 50s, low 60s. That's going to help inhibit some of the storm development, man. You can see out there over the Gulf Stream and that 72-degree water that runs up like a little river in the middle of the ocean. There's some intense cells out there. The sounds, they're in the 50s, maybe even to the 60s. We've had a couple of warm days out here. That may help us a little bit where we are. Maybe not have as widespread and as intense thunderstorms. But that's not to say we're not going to get them. they're still going to be possible. And that's why, again, that tornado watch has now been issued for the northeast corner of the state. Let's go back out here. We don't have any current warning. We do have 2 current warnings for Reedsville and areas to the northeast. That lasts until 11:30 for Caswell County and for parts of Rockingham County. This warning here is going to expire in just a couple of minutes, kind of an accessory warning, if you will. This one is due to expire in 5 minutes as these cells right here make their way across Reedsville and actually looks to have lost a little bit of intensity in there as they move through Reedsville. And then this wide area, oh man, this severe thunderstorm warning. That's what we've talked about earlier. Run from Hillsborough to Greensboro, down US 220 and I-74 and 73, all the way down to the Sand Hills to Southern Pines. And then what is that? That is, I can't tell that. I wish they would put our counties in there because my brain just shut down. But basically north of Norman and Mount Gilead. So you're still in Montgomery County there. Yeah, the Montgomery County line where that severe thunderstorm warning is still in place. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick with you here just a moment. Let me step aside for just a second, catch my breath, look at a couple things. We are going to stay with you all day long here on the Carolina Weather Group, on Facebook, on YouTube, those of you watching on the Carolina Weather Net. Real quick, I got a couple people asking, Fayetteville looking, you're still got a while, you're going to be waiting on it. You're just about ready to get hit here, southern Fayetteville anyway, out Hope Mills and Parkton in that area, and just skirting by to the east. But again, you still got to deal with what's coming from the west. Same thing, Greensboro, it's almost on top of you right now, though you're getting split. Greensboro got split between the cell that's got the tornado warning up in Rockingham County and then the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for southeastern Guilford County. So Greensboro proper just got missed that one. Let's see that watch box just update on me right as we were talking. I think we did. That one's going to go to 11:30. Let's see. They may have just issued an update on that. No, that's still the same wording. Okay. All right. There's a tornado watch. One more quick scroll through and let me step aside. We're going to be with you, like I said, all day here on the Carolina Weather Group, keeping you up to date. And we will step aside. We'll be right back here, so stay tuned. All right, back here with you on the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Sam Walker with our continuing live coverage of severe weather outbreak in the Carolinas. I'm zoomed down right now, as you can see on our radar here, on Rockingham County, the area just east of Reidsville up into Caswell County and Yanceyville. The new tornado warning just issued. This one is in, majority of that is in Southern Virginia, in Danville, but because that radar indication, we wanted to show that that it still includes North Carolina as well. This tornado warning was just issued a few moments ago at 11:15. That is until 11:40, and that at 11:45 and includes northwestern Caswell County. Again, these are all radar indicated severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Pelham or near Bethel, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. We did get one, and fact, yep, and they just shrunk that other tornado warning that earlier. Called it off for Rockingham County. It's still parts of northwestern Caswell County, but that's kind of been wrapped into that earlier one. We did get one local storm report, some thunderstorm wind damage reports, some trees down on a power line about a mile northwest of Reidsville. So roughly in Reidsville. So we did get some starting to see those damage reports coming in from there. All right, so let's scroll around a little bit for you. We'll also check our WeatherNet chat. Those of you on the Storm Tracker live stream that are jumped in there. Those of you that are in the other live stream, both of our live streams here, trying to keep two live streams going at once. If you got any comments you want to throw at us, feel free to hit us up, and we will try to get those answered for you. Let's see. Funchy, yep, your thunderstorm warning there in Liberty ended around 11:30. So you were just on the outside of that. Down here. My brain, there it is. You were just seeing that one come through Liberty as we speak. And that thunderstorm warning stays in effect until 11:30 for you. And that's that whole wide area, pretty much from Hillsborough to Greensboro down to the bottom of Montgomery County. That's where we got that severe thunderstorm warning that lasts until 11:30 for this line here. It's already gone through Seagrove, headed up, moving through Liberty right now, about to impact Burlington. With some wind gusts running about 60 miles an hour, according to radar. Okay, a couple more. Oh, yeah. All right, so we've got some new severe thunderstorm warnings. One for all of Caswell County. That's until that one issued at 11:11, 10 minutes ago. This one, a wide area here with this one. That's because of that cell right to the left of the graphics here. 12:15. There you go. 12:15. Severe thunderstorms located on a line extending from Forest to near Sandy River to near Quick, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible in that severe thunderstorm warning. They have shifted from a severe, we had that tornado warning earlier that was in eastern Rockingham County. That's now a severe thunderstorm warning. And the update on that was they canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Martinsville, but have kept the rest of it in effect until 11:30 for eastern Rockingham County, and then on up into Pennsylvania, Henry and Franklin counties in Virginia. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from near Pittsville to near Camp Springs, moving east at 40 miles an hour. That one just having cleared Reidsville, starting to intensify a little bit as it gets into northwestern Caswell County. Let's see. Nothing currently active in South Carolina warnings-wise. Tornado watch there. That continues until 2 o'clock for that area. Yeah, roughly a good half of, the middle half, if you will, middle third, let's say that, of South Carolina. But we do not have any warnings currently in place in South Carolina. Still a lot of time to go, though, because everything you see down here in Georgia's got to make its way up. And the direction it's kind of taking is going to take it right along I-95 as we get into the afternoon here. Wadesboro, let's see. All right, I'm gonna go back up a little bit. Rafe, let me start back up here. I'm looking in here on the chat. Currently in the weather net is what we call it, the storm tracker. Those you watching on the storm tracker channel right now. Thanks. Oh, 349 of you. Wow. Let's see. Let me get in here. Lumberton. All right, I'm gonna start in Lumberton. And you've already had that one cell just move through what, about 20 minutes ago? Yep, about 20, 25 minutes ago, you had one. Still got the big stuff still to come, the larger, longer line, more powerful stuff. Yeah, we got to deal with that still. Liberty, I talked to you earlier. Marion, South Carolina. Let me get where you are. So I know don't want to forget South Carolina in this, even though we don't have any warnings right now. And I will have to be honest with you. Sometimes my geographic knowledge of South Carolina is a little lacking. And that is one of my faults. Is that I do have a tendency to forget some locations east of Florence. I should have known that. All right, what do you got there? Well, that's just what I was talking about. The folks, let's see, where's that comment? Jesse, you commented about Marion. You're going to be dealing with the stuff that's coming up out of Georgia over the next couple hours. You're outside the tornado watch box right now, but you still got time. You still got a while to go before we're done with this. So you got some clusters here moving up towards Lynchburg. That's kind of going to skirt by just to your west, maybe eclipse you. But the stuff down here towards Manning and Orangeburg, stuff that goes through there, that's probably what you're going to be dealing with. All right, so sliding on down. I was just out towards Jacksonville. We had the earlier statement that expired northwest of Jacksonville, out towards Wrenchlands. You do have a cell up here that's to the northwest, up towards Pink Hill, in Jones and Lenoir counties. So right now you're okay, but again, you're going to have to watch everything that's coming up from the southwest. That's what you need to watch, and maybe some things coming in offshore, off of Cape Fear. We do see that direction. It's kind of this cells down here are kind of taking that direction, aren't they? So we're gonna have to watch that. All right, let me move on down. Jacksonville, Fayetteville. I talked about you a moment ago. You're kind of in that same boat as Lumberton. You're getting ready to see this cell here. Yep, going through right now. That's just the first of several that I expect to see today. Raleigh, you're in the target for this line here that we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that's up for west of Chapel Hill and Hillsborough. You're going to see that next. And then what's kind of moving from south northeast and kind of a south to north direction. So you've got kind of some stuff that's going to converge around there with some wind gust, maybe 60 miles an hour. All right. Wake County, same thing. Raleigh. Yep. I taught you. Johnston County. Yeah. You guys had some storms earlier to deal with, and you're going to be just like Raleigh. You're going to see this kind of convergence happen here of this line here that's moving west. And then the stuff that's coming up out of Fayetteville, that's going to kind of converge out over you guys. Anson County, out towards Albemarle. You're right now. You've kind of seen things. Oh, well, actually, you know what? Some pretty good. A lot of activity out here in Anson County at the moment, with some heavy rain, but no warnings at the moment. All right, Florence. Talked about Marion. Well, hey, Florence, little cluster going through there a moment ago. This line right here starting to fire up just west of Florence, out towards Darlington, between Darlington and Hartsville, Lamar, Lynchburg. Yeah, you're seeing this line here. Florence is going to be dealing that one here before 12 o'clock. So that's going to bring you some of those gusty showers and storms as well. So that's all the folks have been chiming in over on the Carolina Weather Net, the Storm Tracker page. Anybody else want to jump in? Let us know. We'll get to you. Okay. Oh, all right. So we got some more stuff coming in now. All right. Let's see what we got here. Some special weather statement. That one's one we've been talking about before. And nope, nothing new there. All right, back to our tornado warnings. Is still in North Carolina. Only tornado warnings that we have in place in North Carolina currently. This expires now, at 11:30 in Northwest Caswell County. Now, there's a second one that was issued. That one expires in 16 minutes. It looks like, okay, severe thunderstorm warning there. I'm going to get off that one because I just want to see what we got going on here. That radar indication of possible rotation in this cell here in northern Caswell County, north of Yanceyville, right outside of Yanceyville, between Yanceyville and Danville. They're getting it right now in the middle of Danville. That's where we had that radar indication of a possible tornado. That's going to expire here in just a few moments as that cell moves out. So that's going to just leave us with the severe thunderstorm warnings. This one expiring right now between Durham and Greensboro, between Hillsboro and Greensboro. And then the one that's in Yancey County, you're still under that one for another 45 minutes as this cell moves through. All right, let me step aside for just a moment. Be right back here on the Carolina Weather Group as we continue our severe weather coverage. And welcome back here on the Carolina Weather Group, continuing live coverage on YouTube and Facebook. And thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, busy day today. About to be Monday afternoon, and thanks for bearing with us. As those folks jumping in and saying, "Hey, where'd you go?" Yeah, we're going to be doing that. That's one of the things about flying the ship solo today. Uh, is going to be stepping aside to catch a breath, catch a drink of water, do things got to be done. Still got to keep everybody updated over on our radio station out here on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, 99.1 The Sound. But we are going to be with you throughout the day with our continuing live coverage of our severe weather outbreak. Yeah, if you want to chime in or feel free to comment with your comment, let us know what you're seeing out there. And ask questions. Be glad to help you out with that. Okay, so there you go. Let's see here. I didn't want Frank's weather forecast. I'd love to have Frank in here right now, but he's busy. Everybody's kind of busy today. That's normally here on the Carolina Weather Group. I was able to step in to the anchor chair today and keep you up to date with what's going on. Now, I want to stress something, and that's why I'm on the wide picture right now. Even though you're seeing some storms maybe moving through where you were, and we've been watching closely with these severe thunderstorm warnings and our earlier tornado warnings that were all radar indicated, we've not had any reports of anything on the ground. We are not going to be done with this after, that strong one may come through where you are. There is still a lot of activity that's got to get through North and South Carolina today and into this evening. Hopefully, we're going to see some more forward movement towards offshore, but it doesn't look like that. And one way to know that is because, as you can see up here, this red area that's been highlighted all the way up, in fact, all the way up to New York, is because the direction of the majority of these cells is from southwest to northeast. More of a south to north almost, but it's got that easterly component to it. That's a good indication to tell you it's going to be a while before we're done with this. So that's why we've had this tornado watch that's been issued up in northeastern North Carolina. That is in effect until 7 p.m. tonight for damaging wind gusts of 75 mile of upwards of 80 miles an hour, inch to 1 inch, hail up to an inch in size, and also isolated strong tornadoes, 2 EF2 plus. Tornado watch is currently in effect for central North Carolina. That's until 2 o'clock. That could get extended. I haven't had a chance to really look at what the Storm Prediction Center is saying at the moment with our meso discussion. So why not? I'm going to take that. I'm going to keep you on the big picture right now while I kind of read through that. Okay. Let's see here. This is a good one to show. I'm going to jump on this. Let me go to share this image, and I'll tell you, this one will give you an idea of what we're talking about when I say it's going to be a little while longer. This is the latest meso discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And this is for eastern North Carolina and eastern South Carolina. They are saying this is a new tornado watch is likely. This area is being monitored for watch issuance as storms intensify to the west. So from the Albemarle Sound south all the way down to Charleston. So the low country, much of eastern North Carolina, everything east of I-95 is going to probably go into a tornado watch within the next hour. So it's an 80% probability of a watch being issued there. Tornadoes could be possible of 100 to 130 miles an hour, wind gust of 55 to 70 miles an hour, and hail up to 1.25 inches in size. So that area is going to be the next one that's probably going to see the tornado watch box pop up, and that will fill in the whole eastern half of North Carolina and South Carolina with a watch box. Because you go back and look at our radar scope and you see the area that's left out currently doesn't have a tornado watch, that's a pretty good indicator that this whole area here that's not in a tornado watch currently is going to end up in a tornado watch probably by 12:30. All right. Gonna go back to our comments. Let's see. Yep. Just above. I'm going to shorten it up on there for you. Past Greensboro, Lexington, Albemarle, Danville, Martinsville getting cooked, moving to Durham, Raleigh. That's what's going on with this line that we've talked about earlier. That's where we got our tornado warnings earlier. This line here, that's the one you're talking about. Okay, that's just one line in a series of lines that we're going to be dealing with today. Okay. Madison and Mayodan, you're out of the woods right now with what we had earlier. That's moved out of that area for now, but you do have stuff down to the south that could still develop. So can't say you're out of it yet. You're still in the tornado watch until 2:00. You can see the tornado watch actually box has been shrunk now. Charlotte's out of it. Columbia is out of it. Rock Hill. Everything in the upstate's out of that tornado watch at the moment, but you got a tornado watch down to your south still. That probably is going to be, that one shrunk. That's probably going to be allowed to expire. Let's see. Elgin, South Carolina. All right. Again, I know these towns, and that's what's sad is as soon as I say, oh, yeah, you know where it is. Right along US 1. Yep. Elgin is northeast of Columbia. All right. I'm going to zoom down to you right now. You're still in the tornado watch. There you are. Right on the edge of the current tornado watch box. You've got shower and storm activity you got to watch down here towards Augusta and on down into Georgia. That's still got to come your way. So that's why we're not done with it yet. So, yep, still a while to go for you. Roland, North Carolina. You're right along the I-95 corridor, right there at the state line. You're in that area that's probably going to be under a tornado watch within the hour. You've got a little cell that just came through Roland right as we speak. Just dodged you to the southeast almost, but still plenty of activity back out towards Florence. And between Florence and Sumter, that cell, that line there, now making its way towards Florence. Still got these lines, cells out here. And North Augusta. Well, I mentioned a moment ago for the folks in Columbia. And yeah, Augusta right now, you're getting heavy rain, moderate to heavy rain. You're in between a couple of tornado watch boxes, but you still have some cells that could intensify. But you might be getting ready to be out of it down in North Augusta. Hillsborough, you are right on that line that's just about ready to make its way in Hillsborough as we speak, that we've talked about earlier, that did prompt some tornado warnings, radar indicated earlier, and severe thunderstorm warnings. So you've got a pretty intense cell line there that's going to come through Hillsborough in just a bit. Let's see. Charlotte's out of things right now. Just dealing with some little heavier shower activity on the south side of town. But you're right now going to get a break, it looks like. But we still have stuff over Georgia. It might be almost clear. Might be almost time to give the all clear in Charlotte from the severe weather threat. You're out of the tornado watch box. So there is that. Okay. That's where we're caught up on the comments there. Let me jump over to our other comment board and see if anybody else has got something they want to weigh in with. There's the chat. Yep. Okay. Yeah. All right. Felicia's got a good point here. I want to throw you up here real quick. So confused with all this hype for bad weather. When all it got was a breeze and rain. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad it wasn't severe, but my kids were scared. Okay. And that depends on where you are, Felicia. And if you want to add a comment in there, that would be great. Just kind of give us an idea, because then we can tell you, okay, well, it might be a place that we haven't gotten the bulk of the severe weather yet. And as you can see on the wide map here, there's a lot of strong thunderstorm activity still around in North and South Carolina and in Georgia that's still got to make its way through. Plus, we are getting into the afternoon, and now we're going to start seeing that heating of the day, even with the cloud cover in a lot of places. It's going to help these things intensify. So, Felicia, that's a valid point. That, it can be confusing, but why, hey, it rained, it blew, it's blowing. What's all the hype about? Well, again, this is a developing situation. So, unfortunately, patience is going to have to reign here with it. We're not going to be done with this thing midday for a lot of both states, because there's a lot of strong to severe thunderstorms that got to get through here, and we're going to see more pop off as the day goes on. So that's a very good point. Appreciate that, Felicia. All right. Why? I've got an icon down here that kind of messes up the chat. Holly Springs. Yep, you're going to see things start to develop in Holly Springs, North Carolina soon. It's been quiet, but this things are starting to make its way towards you in Holly Springs. Same thing up in Lewisburg. You just had some moderate shower activity. You've got a couple of lines that are going to start making their way towards you. And again, we'll see the storms intensify as the afternoon wears on. Lauren, what do the wind icons mean? Okay, good question. So I've got a program called Radar Scope. And Radar Scope gives us access to all kinds of data. And one of the things it gives us is the ability to pull up local storm reports. I can toggle that on and off. And I've got them toggled on right now because I want to see if anything, that's where we're able to go and see what people have reported on the ground. So I'll go back to one we talked about earlier in Reedsville, 10:57 a.m. There's a report from the public of some thunderstorm wind damage 1 mile northwest of Reedsville with a tree down on the power line. So what those little wind icons are, they'll show different things depending on what's been reported, whether it's hail, whether it's heavy rain, whether it's wind related. These are all wind related. That's really all we've seen is wind related from those local storm reports. That's stuff that's been reported to the National Weather Service through various means, and then they've disseminated it out what's called a local storm report. Now we got a special weather statement that's just been issued for the National Weather Service in Raleigh. This coming in, this is about a half hour ago. Okay. I totally ignored that white box there is a special weather statement. This is from almost, 20 minutes ago. This is where that line that I talked about is going to be headed towards a triangle. Was a severe thunderstorm warning from it earlier that was covering that wide area between Hillsborough and Greensboro and down to Montgomery County border. And that's what's going on there through 12:30. Strong thunderstorms impact Alamance, northwestern Moore, Person, Orange, northwestern Harnett, Granville, Lee, western Wake, Durham, and Chatham counties through 12:30. 11:30, Doppler radar tracking strong thunderstorms along the line, extending from near Baines to 7 miles northwest of Pittsburgh to 7 miles northwest of Carthage, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour with wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles an hour. So that was that special weather statement. They issued a little while ago. It got kind of mixed in with the warning we had earlier, that severe thunderstorm warning that we had earlier. All right. No updates on any others. We do not have currently any tornado warnings in effect for either of the Carolinas at the moment. Let's see. Fayetteville. Talked about Fayetteville earlier. You still got a while to go. As we've mentioned, anything in eastern North Carolina, eastern half of North Carolina, you've still got several hours of potential for severe weather. We're seeing cells developing down to your south and moving north. And from the southwest to the northeast, still a little while to go. You are currently in the tornado watch until 2 p.m. in Fayetteville. That's for 1 inch hail up to 1 inch. Wind gusts is 80 miles an hour plus. Possible tornadoes of EF1 to EF2. Conway, first time somebody's checked in from down on the Grand Strand today. Let's see here. I'm going to zoom right on down on you in Conway. 72 currently there with a little rain. You're in that area that's probably going to go into a tornado watch that's going to last into the evening. We should get that in the next half hour. You've got quite a bit of shower and storm activity that is making its way up from Charleston, from Moncks Corner, from Ridgeville, from the I-26 area. That's probably going to make its way towards you shortly. And then back over here towards Augusta and down in Georgia. We're going to watch these areas for development of storms. So what we're seeing, was that the tornado watch? Okay, that was that one. All right, just want to make sure that wasn't something new that had popped up. So there's folks who ask about Conway. Luna says Reedsville got hit while I was sheltering. So we just haven't got a lot of reports in yet from there, but we probably will be. Probably not a bad idea to maybe do some social media searching and see if things are popping up there. Let's see if I can get in there. All right, there's the tornado watch. I need to share that on my socials real quick. And we'll go over to the National Weather Service chat. Kind of quiet on the Raleigh page, Morehead City. This is interesting. Something that we got from Morehead City makes note. I don't know if I can show these or not. Let me see if I can get this to pop up here. This is some graphics that have been reproduced, and this is where I can go back and talk about how things are going to continue to happen through the afternoon and evening, especially the eastern halves of both states. So let me change screens here. And I know someone had asked about Virginia, and I'll try to get to that in a moment. We are the Carolinas Weather Group, so there's that, but I don't want to leave you out. So bear with me just a second as I want to share up with these are some graphics that have been produced by the National Weather Service office in Newport, Morehead City. This shows, and I'll explain it. This shows the timing of the severe weather threat between 10 a.m. today and 6 a.m. And one thing they show is that the threat of hail is the green line. The threat of tornadoes is the red line, but the threat of damaging wind gust is the blue line. And if you see, the timing on that really ramps up after 2 o'clock in eastern North Carolina. So Newport, this is for Greenville, specifically Greenville, North Carolina. That the threat ramps up there around 2:30 for severe thunderstorms, possibly tornadoes, and lasts well after midnight. So even though you might see some thunderstorms come through and cause some issues now, doesn't mean we're done with this by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be a relatively a long duration event with this. So that's Greenville. Basically the same thing shows for Jacksonville. So roughly the same time frame, a little bit later in Morehead City. Not quite as intense wind-wise, but the probability of it occurring is about 40%. Almost 50, well, 45% for Jacksonville. 50% chance in Greenville that they will see damaging wind gusts within 25 miles of Greenville. Morehead City, New Bern, about the same, 40. So again, the time frame for eastern North Carolina and eastern South Carolina, this is just, I'm using this as an example, is that everything's going to really start happening there after 2 o'clock this afternoon and last until midnight. Now, this graphic was created earlier this morning, so not a lot's changed since then. So that just gives you an example where don't get complacent if you've seen some thunderstorms, especially for the eastern half of both states. The western half, yeah, you might start, and Charlotte west, I-77 west, so the upstate, the mountains of North Carolina, the upstate, the western Piedmont of North Carolina, things starting to quiet down there, and probably going to be you probably are possibly done with this, but can't rule out something stray popping up. So, all right, so let me switch back to our radar and give you that. And there you go. All right, let's see who else checking in. Luna says Reethville got hit while sheltering. We talked about that one for. They're trying to get in touch with somebody, a friend in that area. Let's see. Sneed's Ferry. I'd mentioned Jacksonville, New Bern, so that kind of gives you, I hope, an idea, Christian, about what Sneed's Ferry is probably going to see. NOAA Jeff down in Wilmington. Not only do you need to be watching what's going on to your southwest, we got to watch what's going on out offshore, because we know those clusters of storms can crank up offshore and move right on through town and move right up through southeastern North Carolina. So a little different dynamic there. So you may get this, and we've got a special marine warning way offshore out there off Frying Pan Shoals through 12:30. Possible washbouts, wind gusts of excess of 55 miles an hour, maybe 60 miles an hour with those cells. Those cells are going to start moving on shore. So we do need to watch there for that possibility. But you can see kind of the southerly, everything's moving south to north out ahead. And then the main lines are moving west to east. So you got things moving in all kinds of directions here. And that's why we're saying, we got to watch for the next few hours. I say next few hours, pretty much the next 6 hours at least. Still no tornado watch box out here for eastern North Carolina and eastern South Carolina. We do have the tornado watch box that was issued earlier this morning, a short time ago, for the extreme northeast corner of North Carolina. That lasts until 7 p.m. The tornado watch in central North Carolina, that's till 2 p.m. And also for central South Carolina, that is until 2 p.m. All right. Let me catch some breath, and we will bring you more coverage of our severe weather outbreak here from the Carolina Weather Group. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Sam Walker back with you on Carolina's Weather Group as we continue our live coverage of the severe weather outbreak across both North and South Carolinas on this Monday, March 16th, 2026. Glad you're along with us a couple minutes after 12 o'clock. And we don't have any new warnings at the moment. We do have a couple of special weather statements to get to, and we'll get to your comments as well. We were talking earlier before we took a break there, watching this cluster of cells starting to make their way on shore just off Myrtle Beach, headed towards Brunswick County and Cape Fear, Caswell, Yopen Beach, Oak Island, and Sunset Beach, and those areas, and into Wilmington. This is a statement from the National Weather Service office in Wilmington that was just issued about 10 minutes ago, right before we took the break. Yeah, about 5 minutes ago, in fact. Inland New Hanover County, inland Brunswick, and coastal Pender. Strong thunderstorm will impact New Hanover, southeastern Pender, and Brunswick counties through 12:45 p.m. Doppler radar tracking a strong thunderstorm near Winnebago or 11 miles southwest of Leland, moving northeast at 50 to 55 miles an hour with wind gusts of up to 50 miles an hour. So I know I'm watching that. The cluster it's offshore, but what they're really talking about is this one cell right here, as you see it moving in. So these are small, relatively small cells. So this area there, probably see more of that coming up over the next hour or so as we see those cells start to come on shore. I did see from our friend Greg Fischel, and of course, you can check out Greg on Patreon. He is occasionally joins us here on the Carolina Weather Group. And Greg's been kind of busy today. We were hoping to get him on at some point here, and we may still. He mentioned on his Patreon that the tornadoes are possible with individual cells this afternoon, but the biggest threat for damaging straight line winds will come with the squall line late this afternoon. So that goes back to what I was talking about earlier is, we're seeing these cells pop as we have been going through the morning. And you see this right here, that's a squall line. We may see more of those types of things develop as we get into the afternoon hours ahead of the cold front. I will tell you this, the threat for severe weather has ended west of I-77 and in Charlotte. You're pretty much out of it now, out in those areas as things have started to quiet down considerably, and everything's kind of moved, staying to your south, and it's going to pass to the east. So those areas, but squall lines that's set up, and we're going to see some squall lines develop as we get through the day. And this squall line here is about ready to move into the triangle and really into RTP itself. We had that special weather statement was issued earlier. They haven't updated that. So it was valid for another 17 minutes. But that squall line there could get a little interesting here shortly as it makes its way towards Raleigh proper. You can see some cells starting to move between Fuquay and Garner. There, right along the 540. And then out here to the east, I-95, man, it's not a day you want to be driving I-95. I can tell you, having done that many times when we've had situations like this, and you think you've outrun it, you never really outrun it because it's all moving the same direction you are at the same speed. I mean, you look at this, we're looking at the forward motion speed of these cells today, and they've all been running at 55, 60 miles an hour. So basically speed limit or below the speed limit, and probably what the speed you're having to run on the interstate. 95 is never fun when we get severe weather outbreaks like this. One, because a lot of times this is where stuff happens. But two, the rain, you just feel like, oh man, I've made it out of that cell. And then you don't, because you're basically going the same speed as that cell and it's going the same direction if you're headed north. So, all right, a couple of comments. Indian Trail, Hemby Bridge. I think Indian Trail, you should be done, Amelia. We were talking about that a moment ago. Yeah, you guys, still some rain, still some showers. Couldn't rule out a stray rumble of thunder in there. But your severe weather threat right around southeast side of Charlotte is almost done. All right, Henderson, North Carolina. We'll move up to the I-85. Yep, you got that squall line we talked about coming your way. Oh, I got too far. I didn't want to go all the way up there. There's Henderson. So we got the squall line here that's making its way through Durham. It's more intense to the south, but it's got some. It's got a little, little activity to the north. So Henderson, not out of the woods yet. You are currently in that tornado watch box until 2 o'clock. Can't rule out a stray one popping out. Can't rule out, but we have not had any tornadoes reported on the ground. We have only had some radar indications that prompted warnings. We've had some trees down. We've had some limbs down. We've had some power lines down. But so far, we've gotten pretty much good reports so far, but we still got a long way to go. Still got multiple hours to go. Greensboro, north of Greensboro. Anything new north of Greensboro? No. In fact, you're just seeing some moderate shower activity that's going to make its way there. This cluster here that's down around Asheboro should miss. So no, Western North Carolina is pretty much out. We're probably going to start shifting that line a little farther east. Maybe starting to think 52 west is going to be done with the severe weather threat in North Carolina. South Carolina, I'm not going to rule out anything yet. We're not ruling out anything yet because we've got still some of these clusters down in Georgia that are going to make their way through. And you see here, Bamberg, there's a great example of the cluster style. Ulmer, Govan, Denmark, Bamberg, Cope, Cordova, on towards Orangeburg. That's where we're seeing some of that cluster development happening. And those could spawn up some severe, strong wind gusts. Hey, billionaire, checking in from Dunn. I lived there for quite a few number of years when I was at Campbell. Let's see. You are in that area that we are watching for the potential of a tornado watch. Well, you're still in the tornado watch. That's right. You had some stuff move through, about 10 minutes ago? About 20. Oh, yes, gosh knows, almost 30 minutes ago now. But still more to come. And I know Dunn has experienced its share of severe weather outbreaks in similar situations like this. When we've seen that, when we've seen these severe weather outbreaks like this, is very familiar for Dunn. Not too long, it was 11 when we had that major outbreak of tornadoes across eastern North Carolina. That was one of the places. Holly Springs, yeah, you've got that. Then Holly Springs, you're seeing this cluster that came through earlier, and then the squall, that little squall line there, that's moving through, and I see some a little more intense rain in those thunderstorms between Pittsburgh and Apex right now, and then down right around Sanford. So Holly Springs not quite out of the woods there. Same thing, kind of Raleigh proper inside the belt line, inside the outer loop. You've got that squall line, and it'll be there shortly, coupled with this cluster that's kind of blown up over Garner in the last little bit. Halifax, you are right on the edge of that tornado watch that's in place now for Northampton County. Doesn't include Halifax. We've got kind of a slot between tornado watches set up right now. You got tornado watch that's in northeast North Carolina, the extreme northeast. You got tornado watch that covers central parts of the state. And there's that little slot there. It includes Rocky Mountain on up towards, up here in Halifax County. But yeah, you got one clusters have gone through before. Still more to come. Abbey and Wilmington, we talked about that. Carter, it kind of applies to you. Yeah, Carter, Roanoke Rapids, and Halifax kind of applies. Yeah, you're asking basically the same area. Abbey, I mentioned a moment ago about Wilmington. I'll go back down there just because these cells that are offshore are starting to get closer. So Wilmington, yeah, in fact, that cell that we mentioned a moment ago with the special weather statement that's out there towards Sandy Creek and Northwest and west of Leland is starting to get a little more heft to it. So that one might be getting a little more closer to severe levels as it moves to the northeast. Just kind of scrolling across right now to see if we've got any other warning boxes. No warning boxes in place. So that's good. All right. So chance to catch up there on that. Let's see if there's any other comments in either of the rooms. I know I've had the comments coming in on our storm tracker. on the storm tracker stream we've got going. Nothing else on the other one at the moment. Taylor, what about a little south of Greensboro? All right. We'll zoom on down for you. Oh, here's a wind. Okay, now see, here's a storm report we haven't seen yet. That's a new one. Some thunderstorm wind damage about a mile northwest of Sedge Garden. There was a tree down on power lines on Linville Road. That one just coming in a moment ago on the east side of Winston-Salem. I did see a friend of mine who lives in Winston-Salem had a couple of branches down in his yard from that cell that went through earlier. Here's a couple of storm reports from northeast of Albemarle in Baden. That was one we talked about earlier. All right, let's make sure there's nothing new there. Yep, that's the same one from 1030. So we already talked about those. But yeah, we have seen some minor tree damage and some power lines down in Charlotte, where the stronger thunderstorms went through a couple hours ago. Here's a new one. That's an old one. Okay, sorry about that. In fact, it just went away. Anything that's over 2 hours old goes away on the storm report. So not a lot of those coming in. Which again is good news. I mean, obviously we've seen some we've seen some trees down. We've seen some power outage reports. You know what? This is a good probably chance to check the power outages across the state right now, across the states. Let me go to the North Carolina map first, and we'll pull that up here on for you. 9,750 at the moment is what we're seeing. We'll replace that with our handy dandy map. There you go. Concentrated just east. Is that Mecklenburg? Yeah, Mecklenburg. 2,300 in Mecklenburg currently. Gaston County, about 981. Randolph County, 905. Macon, 713, Forsyth 614, Haywood 597, and Cleveland 507. So those are all areas that we've seen those severe thunderstorms, maybe even where we had our tornado warnings earlier for radar indicated tornadoes. And those are just very intense thunderstorms. And that matches up with the areas that we've seen those earlier today. Rockingham County, only 259. So that's a good sign so far. Hertford County with about 100 reported up here, and that's an outlier in the northeast corner of the state. So, and that might not be related so much to storm activity. Actually, yeah, we've had some pretty little intense storm roll that way in the last hour or so. So there you go. All right. Topsail and Holly Ridge. You're asking about that. Give me just a second here. So there's our power outages so far in North Carolina. And let me see if I can pull up my South Carolina power outages map again. I have that. Oh, let's see. Power outages. May just have to go to the Dominion South Carolina map. Where's Frank Strait when I need him? He would have that map for me. Oh yeah, there's a Duke Energy map. You know what? I'm gonna hit two maps here. We're gonna do the Duke Power. Okay, this is the co-ops. Let me get to the co-ops first. Your electric membership co-ops in South Carolina. And they're showing just a handful of outages concentrated around Columbia. 105 in Richland County. Everything else is 9, 10, 1, 7. That's good news there on the co-op side. Let's see. Carolinas. All right. And yeah, I mean, we're just a few outages in South Carolina, according to Duke Energy, which is the main power provider in the Palmetto State. Not a big fan of their map, honestly. About 2,000. Okay, so yeah, about 2,700 Duke Power customers in Charlotte. We mentioned that earlier. 139 around Greenville. Let's see. You got about 202 northwest of Clemson, 170 southwest. So the power outages situation in South Carolina, not that big, not as much as North Carolina at the moment. So, all right, we'll switch back to the radar for you and give you the latest there. I think I had somebody ask about topsail, and I'll hit them up in just a second here. And yep, if you want to rewind, it's difficult sometimes to rewind on these live streams, so I'm not going to make you do that. But topsail in Surf City, that area, Holly Ridge, got a little cell that just missed you to the west out there in the gunnery range. But you got more of these clusters that are down in Brunswick County. They're going to make their way, and the ones out offshore, they're going to make their way right up to US 17. And again, you're in that area that we are watching from the Storm Prediction Center is expecting to issue a tornado watch there anytime within probably the next hour to two, because what they're expecting out there is okay. James, give me a second here. He's actually calling me while I'm on the air, so I'm going to step aside for just a moment and come right back to you in just a second here on the Carolina Weather Group. So give me just a moment here to click and mute the mic, and we will be back in just a second. All right, welcome back here on the Carolina Weather Group as we continue our live coverage of a severe weather outbreak in eastern North Carolina, North Carolina and South Carolina. We do have a special weather statement was issued by the National Weather Service in Raleigh just a moment ago regarding this strong storms that will impact pretty much all of the triangle. Well, really, Raleigh proper, much of Wake County, and parts of Harnett, Durham, Chatham counties as well. This in Johnston County, Doppler radar at 1224, tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from near Cary to 12 miles northwest of Fuquay Varina to near Sanford, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles an hour possible with those. And again, that is for the triangle. Zoom on down on those for you at the moment. So just kind of a hodgepodge of cells. Right around 540. Anything pretty much right around 540 is seeing it. Then it stretches back over into Sanford. And that's going to be something you're going to be dealing with in Raleigh. We had some folks asking about Holly Springs quite a bit there. So yeah, you're going to see it, and it might skip by you. You're kind of right on the edge. This cell down here, this part of this cell in east of Sanford right now might be headed towards Holly Springs. But in Raleigh proper, all the way around, that's what you're looking at the moment. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. Flying this ship solo today, and everybody's. This is what happens when everybody knows that you do things like this, and they're like, "Hey, they call you direct." So anyway, okay, let me go back. I had someone asking about Summerville, South Carolina. I want to jump down there for you. So give me just a second here to get my map queued back up, and let's see here. I need this, and I want to make sure I'm going to the right places. For those of you, again, I have to be honest. Sometimes my South Carolina geography gets the worst of me, and I will forget where things are. All right, so you are in Summerville. So you're right on that edge of the current watch box that's in effect until 2 p.m. tornado watch. So what we're looking at for folks like that in Charleston and those areas is that as we get into the afternoon, we get the heating of the day, we're going to see these storms intensify some more. We are going to get kind of a squall line develop. So a lot of activity over Georgia still that's making its way to the northeast. But you've got activity that's down here in coastal Georgia that's going to be making its way. So Summerville got a little while to go. Let's see. You got a little while to go. Walterboro, kind of the same thing, Petty. Walterboro and Summerville. It's several hours before we really see the main line of things. But you are going to see a little pop-up cells, not like a summertime pop-up storm, but you're going to see these smaller cells making their way towards you and moving through. There's one right now that's kind of lining up for Walterboro, maybe passes just to the north in the next few minutes. But you've got a lot of precipitation back here and a lot of development that's happening. So we've still got several hours to go before we can give the all clear on the severe weather potential for the Carolinas today. For all of us, Western Carolina, Western North Carolina, upstate of South Carolina, you're done. Severe weather's over there. James Brierton, of course, here from the Carolina Weather Group, checked in with me a moment ago. He did say that a storm survey has been scheduled for Charlotte, for an area in Charlotte to see if that could possibly have been tornadic. So that's spurring me to go over. I'm going to jump over to the weather chat real quick and see what Raleigh is saying about that. Okay. Do have this is from Winston-Salem. Big tree down. Linville Road, right by the WXLV ABC 45 studios in Winston-Salem. Let me see. I'll throw this up here on the screen for you so you can see it. Because me talking about it, that's the radio guy in me, folks. You'd have to understand my career has been in radio forever. So I'm used to having to describe what I'm seeing and not having able to show it to you. Now I get to show it to you with all the video fun. There you go. That was just coming in about 30 minutes ago from in Winston-Salem this afternoon from those storms that went through there earlier. Very large oak tree that did not make it through this storm. And again, the areas, we talked about it earlier, that western parts of the state, both states, it would be safe to say they're just about done with the severe weather threat out there. But we are going to be getting some of these damage reports starting to come in as we go through the rest of the day. All right, so I'm going to jump back over the radar and zoom back out, big picture you. Again, tornado watch for central South Carolina, this middle of South Carolina line is until 2 o'clock. Same thing for this in central North Carolina. Northeast North Carolina is in the tornado watch until 7 p.m. tonight. This area right here, if you're not familiar with it, this is Bertie County. This is Windsor, Williamson. Greenville is over here. This area has been prone for years. It's almost our tornado alley up here in northeastern North Carolina. Has seen quite a few powerful tornadoes go through in the past. So always a concern there. Right around the Windsor area, we're seeing some clusters fire off. No warnings at the moment. Don't even have a special weather statement, but that's an area we're going to watch closely. Is right in here, has had a tendency to see tornadoes when we have this type of setup with these strong cold fronts come through, and pretty much all across eastern North Carolina. So why, we talked about it a moment ago, a little while ago. Let's see, Luna, I got one question about storm north of Greensboro in the Summerfield area around 1:30. Okay. Yeah, you do have. Yeah, I see it right here. You do have the potential for, in the next hour, maybe some moderate to heavy shower activity. But as far as the severe nature of it, it's not expected to be severe, but possibly a strong storm around there about that time. Okay. I had someone asking about Virginia earlier. I will take a peek up there. We got some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now around Farmville and on up towards Fork Union and just southeast of Charlottesville, Lake Anna, just west of Fredericksburg, and then on up into Nova, Manassas, Fairfax, and those areas, and the districts right outside the district, Alexandria, Arlington, are in severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Tornado watch up there is until 7 o'clock as well. Here's a cluster of strong thunderstorms make its way between Williamsburg and Richmond right now. And then back around on the south side, what we've got down here in North Carolina can make its way up there. So we're seeing this south to north movement with a lot of this, but you can also see that northeasterly component, and that's, again, those squall lines set up. That squall line that was headed towards Raleigh kind of losing a little energy, but still, you're going to probably expect to see wind gusts up to 55 miles an hour with that possible. Hillsborough, you're right on the edge right now. You saw that squall line that was earlier. Yeah, you're gonna have to, you're gonna watch for stuff coming from your south and west that could still be coming through over the next couple of hours, but we don't have anything that's really targeting Hillsborough at the moment. Cameron, you've been kind of busy down there with a lot of rain, heavier rain, right? Cameron, why am I blanking on Cameron at the moment? Oh yeah, I am blanking on Cameron. Why have I totally forgotten where Cameron is? Yeah, you would think. I talked about South Carolina in my limited knowledge on geography. Moore County, yeah, that's what I saw. I know it's in the right spot. Jeez, come on. Let's see, down here in the Sand Hills, yeah, quieting down somewhat. It has quieted down there quite a bit in the Sand Hills. I'm going to blow back out here because there's some stuff that's coming in Columbia, and that's just really just rain. But the severe weather threat might you still like we've talked about, and Greg Fishel mentioned it earlier, that there is that potential for us to still see the line of thunderstorms line up at that squall line later on today. So, we do need to keep that in mind that we're not quite out of the woods yet in some of these places. Western North Carolina, everything west of the watch box right now, severe weather's pretty much done. Can't rule out a stray. Yep. Thanks, Almac. I remember. I knew it. I had it right, Almac. Thanks for that. I knew I just all of a sudden. Woo. Okay. Neek up in Elizabeth City, and my wife just called me from there asking, "Is it over yet?" And I was like, "No, it's just getting started." Keep in mind, you're going to see a little bit of shower and thunderstorm activity here now. And as we go through the day, it's going to continue to develop. And tornado watch is in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. That's because there's quite a bit of activity that's still got to make its way towards the northeast corner of North Carolina. Oak Island, you've got these cells just wanting to come on shore. And you're all too familiar with that, just like we are down here, out here, with what happens in Hatteras and Ocracoke. These cells develop in the ocean and then move up and on shore. And you've got, you can see there's quite a bit of activity that's going to be coming away. You're going to be dealing with a lot of rain. They just dropped that special weather statement for the Wilmington area for that cell that was producing wind gusts of 55 miles an hour. But these could cause some of those strong winds of 55 miles an hour plus. But you got some training going on down there. Might want to start thinking about that flash flooding threat in southeast North Carolina with these cells that are going to be coming on shore because they are starting to, you can see the rain intensity really starting to pick up there. So we are going to have to watch out for that. Oak Island, Ocean Isle Beach, Destiny, correct. Caswell, Holden Beach, Southport, Bald Head, Sunset Beach, Calabash. Those areas are probably going to be dealing with these. You're going to see quite a bit of rain, at least for the next couple of hours, because we've got a lot of cells that are going to make their way on shore. There's a line there starting to make its way into Myrtle Beach as we speak. Conway, we had somebody asking about Conway earlier. You're getting some rain right now. Still, the severe weather threat's not done yet. And as we mentioned earlier, the Storm Prediction Center is thinking this area here that currently does not have the red. That's not. It looks like it's outlined in red. It's not. It's not in the watch box. It's all around it. That area is probably our next watch box today, going into tonight. That watch up in the northeast corner of the state, that's till 7. Central parts of North Carolina, that's until 2. Central parts of South Carolina until 2. But the rest of this area, all out here, and I'm trying to, give you those circles. Actually, you know what? I forget that I can do this. This area right here, you're in the next watch box. That'll probably go through this evening. Yeah, I totally forgot. I get a telestrator now with this. Yeah, this is cool. This whole area right here through tonight, through at least sunset. That's bad. Through sunset. this area here is where we're going to be watching through sunset, on down to Charleston, on up to Elizabeth City. That area there is where we really do think I'll do a better job of it with drawing that out. This all the way down here, all the way out here. These are the areas we're going to watch through sunset tonight and into even afterwards. Let's see. Okay, my man down there in Florence with the car wash. Okay, I totally get it. I don't think you're going to have a lot of business today. I really don't. I think you're gonna find not a lot of folks going to be coming by. Yeah, Bolivia. Tori, we talked about Bolivia earlier when that little cell that blew up down there and gave us a special weather statement a little while ago that expired. Yeah, you guys are going to be feeling quite a bit of rain. And right now getting it, in fact, pretty heavy downpour there. But yeah, Florence. Yeah, I don't know if car wash might want to shutter. You might want to call it a day there, because there's still quite a bit of shower activity, and there's some pretty hefty ones coming between Orangeburg, just southeast of Orangeburg, and tracking towards Florence. No, they're not shutting down any bridges, Tori. Let's see. Oh, Busy Monkey is asking about Nova. I don't mind jumping up there. We don't have any active warning boxes at the moment at North or South Carolina, so I'll jump up to Northern Virginia. You're going to be seeing things now through the afternoon commute, at least, maybe into early evening tonight. That's why you're under the tornado watch until 7 o'clock. So it's going to be a tough commute in the D.C. area the rest of the day, this afternoon and evening. And as you can see, you've got a squall line setting up from about Reston all the way down to past down towards Lake Monticello. And that's going to continue, and there's going to be development that's going to also happen as the day goes on. So, yes. In fact, we just got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that just popped up there, covering all of Fairfax County. And then again, all the way down from the Quantico area west to Fredericksburg. So this line here going into D.C. is going to be something to watch for that further development. Back to the Carolina. And again, no warnings currently in place, but we still have our watches. All right. Thalia, I'll get you Jackson. You've got some heavy rain right now. More on the way as we get through the day. And again, you are in the tornado watch until 7 p.m. in Jackson, North Carolina. All right. I am going to put us in auto mode at the moment. We are going to step aside. We've got plenty of coverage here. We're going to stay with you throughout the day. Don't worry. We're going to keep you up to date as we get through the afternoon here. We are seeing a little bit of a lull, but that also means that things are intensifying. Atmosphere is ripe for this. You can see, I'm looking at right now, 72 in Wilmington, 71 in New Bern, 67 in Englehart, 72 down in Oriental. Is it Oriental? No. 72 Cedar Island. 70s up, right around 70. So we're kind of got that energy there. And if the sun pops out between some of these cells, that's where you start seeing that intensification happen. So expecting a very active afternoon. We're going to stay with you right here on the Carolina Weather Group with our live continuing severe weather coverage. So stick around. All right, back here on the Carolina Weather Group, I'm Sam Walker, and we do have a tornado warning that's just popped up in northeastern North Carolina. This is for Chowan and Perquimans counties until, let me get this loaded back up. This is going to be until, it just popped up here as we had stepped aside. This is until 1:15. Tornado warning for southwestern Perquimans County, southeastern Chowan County, until 1:15. At 12:51 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Cape Colony, or about 12 miles southwest of Hertford, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And again, this is radar indicated rotation in Chowan County, moving into Perquimans County. So that cell, I can really drill down on this one, and maybe we can show it. So there is downtown Edenton right there. That cell moved over. This is Cape Colony. And that radar indication of rotation moving towards Hertford, probably just if the direction is right. The cell's probably just moving parallel to US 17 and headed out towards the desert. It's called the desert out here. It's a massive wind farm out here, north and west of Elizabeth City. So again, we've got this tornado warning until 1:15 for parts of Chowan and Perquimans counties in northeast North Carolina. Again, a Doppler radar indicator. That's one thing about it. We've had only Doppler radar indicated tornado warnings so far today in North Carolina and South Carolina out of this. So southwestern Perquimans and southeastern Chowan until 1:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Cape Colony, about 12 miles southwest of Hertford, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So I think I can actually measure distance tool. Yeah. So, all right, I'll get you the 12 miles. So that's 12 miles from Hertford, southwest. So you can see that radar, the radar indication right here, just east of downtown Edenton, is where that was located when it first popped on radar. So, and that cell moving right along parallel to US 17 at the moment, as this cell up here. So these are the types of cells that we're seeing early on in this. And again, let me hide the caption here so we don't cover that up. Again, the one thing to note with this whole outbreak that's going on, right now, what we're seeing are just these individual cells popping up that are spawning our warnings. As we get through the day and the front continues to make its way across the state, we are expecting a squall line to set up. And when that squall line sets up, that's when we're expecting to see the most intense storms. So even though we've talked about that west of Charlotte, Greensboro and Charlotte and Columbia West, you're probably out of the woods now for the severe weather. Everything to the east is not. I mean, I'm looking outside right now, my studio here in Currituck County, northeast North Carolina. I'm getting that sunshine, periods of periods of rain, and then the sun pops out, and that just continues to destabilize the atmosphere and fuels these cells. So again, what's going on right now, it's going to be several more hours of this type of activity, along with that squall line that's going to develop as we get into the late afternoon and early evening. So right now, we do have one warning in effect in North Carolina. That is this tornado warning until 1:15 for parts of Chowan and Perquimans counties. And if that cell maintains its rotation, that warning may get expanded into parts of Pasquotank County and just northeast of Elizabeth City. All right, I had some folks weighing in with some comments over on our special edition of the Carolina Weather Group coverage, and I want to get to those in just a second on Facebook. And also, on YouTube. Those of you who have been doing the live chat over in the Carolina Weather Group as we just passed the top of the hour here at 1 o'clock on this Monday, March 16th, 2026. I'm Sam Walker. Glad to have you along with me on the Carolina Weather Group in our continuing live coverage. We've got two different chat windows going. So just give me a second here. I'm gonna jump in some of the comments we got earlier this half hour as we watch this tornado warning cell again. That's up in northeast North Carolina. Daniel asking, how will this bad weather hit North Charleston? And again, as we just mentioned, you're in that bottom end of what we're watching for a possible tornado watch to get issued this afternoon through this evening. Stuff that's off to your southwest in Georgia. It's got to make its way this way. So Daniel will come back to you in just a moment with that as we continue to watch this. Let's see. I think we did get your someone asked Wilson, Ramon, and asked about Wilson. And you right now, again, the same situation. You're on the edge of the current 2 o'clock watch box, possibly going into the afternoon, evening watch box, tornado watch box. Again, clusters popping up, developing, moving through ahead of the squall line that we're expecting to develop later on this afternoon. Goose Creek, Jimmy, kind of same thing. Charleston, we talked about it. You do have a wake wind advisory. Ryan, thanks for weighing in with that. You've got that as well. Southern Chick with a question about Fayetteville, I mentioned a moment ago. These small cells developing, squall line could set up as we get into the late afternoon and early evening. All right, so we're still watching this tornado watch, tornado warning for here in northeastern North Carolina. Most recent radar image just coming in a minute ago. I'm going to pause it here. We'll kind of take this live or take it into a live mode. So the most recent image we've got is at 1 o'clock. And it's about 35 miles an hour to the northwest. Oh, that's the tornado watch. I don't want the tornado watch. I want the tornado warning. Radar indicated expires at 1:15. Southwestern Perquimans, southeastern Chowan counties. Radar indicated rotation. Cell was located near Snug Harbor, near Hertford, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So that cell now right here in this area, at last check, at the last radar image we got, moving 35 miles an hour. Radar indication, I am pretty sure it's this echo right here that they're looking at. If I had to guess, it's right in that little nook there that they're thinking there might be some rotation in there. So that's 71 degrees down at Edenton. That's what we're talking about. That these little cells are getting enough energy to intensify. There's a new image right there. And there's a little, is that a hook echo? That could be a hook echo right there. Just right at the US 17 business, US 17 bypass intersection on the south side of downtown Hertford. Perquimans High School is right here. They were not in school yet. Perquimans High School is right there. So that hook echo is showing there. I'm tempted. Bear with me here, folks. We're going to nail down to the Wakefield radar. That's the closest radar we have. That's precipitation. Very intense rainfall going on right now. Okay. That's right here is where they're the last check. That's where they're thinking the center where this rotation is, a little lightning there. Let's see. Storm relative velocity, if that's going to show anything. It's just so, one thing about it, it's so far out that trying to get, okay. Yeah, there might be some rotation right in that area. Okay. All right, so we're going to have to watch for that. I'm not tempted. I don't have a scanner out there. We can really zoom this down. Okay, so that would be, let's see here. There's Highway 37 and 17 where they intersect. So this is where the last radar image at 105 had this rotation in this cell. And I know we're drilling down on this one. It's a very familiar area to me, right in my coverage area on radio. So I'm really wanting to drill down on this one. Sorry, folks. Just because it's currently our only warning that we have in North Carolina, whether it's tornado or in any of the Carolinas, tornado or severe thunderstorm. All right, it's made a little bit more northeasterly motion. And you can see it's kind of intensive and starting to expand out too, that cell. So this is what we're dealing with, these little clusters, these small cells of storms blowing up and showing indications on radar, possible rotation. So I'm going to switch back to the wide mode here, just so we can zoom back out and give you the broad picture and make sure we're not missing anything. Another special weather statement here. Jacksonville for wind gust of 55 miles an hour. So that's the Jacksonville area, Richlands, Maysville. This one down here, special weather statement, 50 mile an hour wind gusts. North areas, all north and northeast of Wilmington. Had somebody asking on the chat earlier about that around the Holly Ridge and Surf City area. All right. Let's see. Okay, we're going to go. I just want to see if we had anything else active before we shift back our focus on this one tornado warning that we've got here. See if they've updated this. This is coming from the National Weather Service office in Wakefield. Yeah, the 101 update's the most recent. So 7 minutes ago about this possible rotation indication in radar moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So that put it right through Hertford. By now, it should already move past. So latest radar image at 108. I'll put it back into motion here. Okay, there's the most recent. Yeah, so it's moving through Hertford and Windfall right now. The warnings are going to expire at 1:15. We'll see. They may not be expanding that. I'm going to shift over here to yes. Okay. All right, so this is from NWS Wakefield. Storm near Edenton moving northeast towards Hertford had rotation as it came into Edenton, resulting in the tornado warning. Rotation has weakened some, but may return. Also watching the storm just west of Ahoskie for rotation. This storm is moving northeast towards Winton. So that's this cell up here. This cell right here watching for some possible rotation. So we got two out here in the tornado belt, tornado alley, northeast North Carolina's tornado alley right now. Again, one right around Winton. We've got the tornado warning that's going to expire in 5 minutes for Hertford and Edenton. Again, that rotation kind of backed off, according to NWS Wakefield. That rotation eased somewhat, but they were keeping that warning up because that would weaken, but it may return. So that's why they kept that warning up. And again, they're watching this cell here, this area right around here, Cofield, Winton, right around US 13, US 158 runs right along with it as well. Watching that area for possible rotation. And that is going to move up into Suffolk, Virginia, here very shortly. And so that might prompt a warning there. So let's see here. They've let that continue. We don't have any other warnings in place. We've still not gotten the watch box here yet that we've talked about. And that watch box going all the way down to Charleston. That area is where we're watching for the next watch box. And I'll see if SPC's got anything new on that. Okay. Man. To be honest, voice has not done this in a while where we've had to go solo for multiple hours. So hopefully the voice can hold up. All right. So I want to bounce around a couple of the other Weather Service offices while we're still watching this cell here. That's our only tornado warning right now. Again, in northeast North Carolina, which is in the tornado watch area. Radar indicating rotation over Edenton about 15 minutes ago, and making its way towards Hertford and up US 17. Now it's going to head out in some open farmland. So there's residences out here. This area is known as the desert. A big wind farm. Amazon has a wind farm out there. All out in this area right here is got wind turbines all over it. And that rotation moving through there, that could be concerning. All right, just going to scroll through our, see what we're seeing from the different. Okay, we do have a convective risk SPC day one outlook. Moderate risk. Okay, they have updated the. We're still in the moderate risk for central North Carolina and just a little tip of South Carolina, right around Florence. Enhanced risk for pretty much the eastern half of North Carolina and the northeast corner of South Carolina. The rest of both states still in the slight risk. That's from the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Turn the telestrator off. All right, so this warning we're looking at right now, that is in Perquimans County, North Carolina, in the northeast corner of the state. No, busy asking if this is duration. No, that's not a duration. This is not a duration. Not even close. We'll get into the semantics on the duration, but no, this is just your typical springtime severe weather outbreak going on here. But no, not a duration. Duration is, hurricane force and higher winds over a long line, straight line winds. It's all straight line winds. All right. I think they're going to let this warning expire, it looks like. At least. I'll see if there's anything new in the chat on that. No. Yeah, it looks like they're probably going to let this warning expire in Perquimans and Chowan counties. So, let's see here. Got a couple of questions. When we watch this, give me just a second. We'll get to some of your questions in just a second here because I want to make sure we don't miss anything else with this particular. So this is the only active warning we have in place. Now, once you get out here, you've got a shopping area right out here, and apartments, things like that out here in Elizabeth City. Hey, there's the lightning detector. First time we've had that go off this system where I'm at. On my weather flow, 23 to 25 miles away. That would match up with where this cell is. But there's a shopping complex out there that we do have concerns about. My wife actually works out there. And this cell looks like it's continuing to make its way to the northeast, so it's probably going to stay out over the desert area of Pasquotank and Perquimans counties. And I'm almost certain we're coming up on 1:15 here that this warning is going to be allowed to expire. So we're just watching the weather chat to see if there's any additional information that comes through on it from Wakefield. Before we move on, I'll get to some of your questions. Okay. Let's see. Moorhead just saying shower storms continue to blossom early this afternoon ahead of the main squall line, which is currently moving towards central North Carolina and South Carolina. And again, a tornado watch may be issued for additional portions of eastern North Carolina this afternoon. And that's what we've been kind of telling you all along, that, yep, we're going to see these storms blossom as we get through the afternoon, but the main squall line is expected to still set up. All right, yeah, so that tornado warning has been allowed to expire in Perquimans and Chowan counties. All right, so where's that squall, you ask? Well, kind of start to see a little bit of it developing here. Okay, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now. Talked about those storms that were coming in offshore from the ocean down in southeastern North Carolina, and we've seen one now prompt a severe thunderstorm warning. Radar indication. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible. And this is for Let's see. Duplin, Jones, and Onslow counties. Jones County, northeastern Onslow, southeastern Duplin until 2 o'clock. At 1:13 p.m., severe thunderstorm located over Cypress Creek, about 14 miles west of New River Station, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Hazards include 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So that's that severe thunderstorm warning. So that is the only warning we now have in place. Got a couple of special weather statements. This one expires in 13 minutes in Raleigh. This one we talked about last hour was from those strong thunderstorms that we kind of see starting to want to line up on a squall line. So, you can see the intensity here of the cells that are offshore. Okay, now there it is. Tornado watch just issued. Tornado watch number 69 has been issued for portions of eastern North Carolina, northeast South Carolina, and the coastal waters. And that is until 8 p.m. tonight. A few tornadoes likely, couple intense tornadoes possible, scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts to 75 miles an hour possible, isolated large hail events to 1 inch in diameter. Clusters of bands of storms are expected to intensify and spread northeastward this afternoon and evening while the environment becomes more favorable for both damaging wind gusts of up to 75 miles an hour and tornadoes, a couple of which could be strong EF2 plus. So there's that tornado watch that we were anticipating to be added into eastern North Carolina and northeastern South Carolina. Now, a note that the southern edge of it is just beyond Georgetown, so it doesn't quite cover Charleston with this tornado watch. Charleston's got this cutout going on. This tornado watch expires at 2 o'clock. This one expires at 8 o'clock. Charleston's just kind of cut out, and Mont Corner, and McClellanville, Seabrook, and Hollywood. All those areas, Folly Beach, left out of the tornado watch. But the rest of northeastern South Carolina and on into eastern North Carolina now under tornado watches, 1 till 7 o'clock, 1 till 8 o'clock. That's a little different. Normally you would see this tornado watch box will probably go later. Surprised they didn't do a little more coordination on the timing on that. So that one's at 7 and this one's at 8. Now, obviously, that's keeping into fact a little bit farther east. Wow, we just saw those storms blow up out of the Pamlico Sound and move over Hatteras and Ireland and Oregon Inlet. So, yep, let's see. Here it goes. The phone's going to start blowing up. Weather radio should be going off here in a moment where I'm at in northeastern North Carolina with that latest tornado watch now being issued. So what I need to do is I need to step away and handle my normal duties over on 99.1 The Sound, WVOD Manio, and get them up to date on the radio side of things, and we'll come back. So real quick, I'll just run through the questions I see up here on the screen, and then we are going to step aside for a little break, catch our breath. Over on the Storm Tracker chat, Columbia, South Carolina, you're almost done with the severe weather. Maybe some clusters pop up and give you some heavy downpours and maybe some gusty winds. But you look like you're going to be out of the tornadic threat today. Still got the tornado watch until 2 o'clock. That's probably going to be allowed to expire. Let's see. For folks in Bladen County, you just went into the tornado watch in Bladen County. So that was, who was that asking that? That was Haley asking that in Bladen County. You are now in the tornado watch until 8 o'clock. Greenville, South Carolina, you're done. Maybe just rain. You're just going to see rain. But Anna, Angel, they're in Greenville, South Carolina. You're done. All right. Eamon's World in Florence. We talked about you quite a bit today. You are right on the edge of the tornado watch boxes all around you for the one that expires. I can't even keep up with them now. There's so many of them. Which one is this? Okay. So the one for Florence itself. Let me get you that one. All right. Nope. Okay. I don't want the Florence Regional Airport conditions. I want to give you Florence. You are in tornado watch box number 69 until 8 p.m. tonight. So still a chance that you could see it. And yeah, you've got some pretty strong thunderstorms moving their way towards you right now down around Maysville and Lynchburg, okay, and coming into Timmonsville. So, all right. Goldsboro, tornado watch until 8 o'clock. Clusters of storms. You might want to watch what's happening with these cells down here. In this area around Roseboro, Clinton, down towards Elizabethtown, and that's kind of setting up as a almost waiting to set up as a squall line. But yeah, Goldsboro, you got you got some storms coming in your way right now into Goldsboro. But again, you are now on the tornado watch until 8 p.m. All right. Edenton Matt, just talked about you. We just came out of that tornado warning. That one was allowed to expire. Saw some rotation on radar. That just came up. We just had a rotation showed up on radar over in Cape Colony and moved towards Snug Harbor and up to Bethel and Hertford. But that has been allowed to expire. That was just 20 minutes ago we had that happen. So we're keeping an eye on that. All right. Yes, Eman. Thank you for being here with us and glad we could do this. Okay. All right. I'm going to step aside and handle a couple of things. And we will be right back here on the Carolina Weather Group with our continuing live severe storm coverage. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Hi there, Sam Walker, back with you live on the Carolina Weather Group on all our social media channels, YouTube and Facebook. Glad to have you along with us as we enter hour 3 of our severe weather coverage. As the focus starts to be on the eastern half of both the Carolinas today, as we get into the afternoon and evening hours, a couple things have changed over the last few minutes. First off, we've seen the tornado watch that was issued for eastern North Carolina has also been extended for the Triangle East until 8 o'clock tonight. The northeast corner of North Carolina is until 7 o'clock tonight. That tornado watch also includes northeastern South Carolina until 8 p.m. And the watch that's currently in place in central South Carolina looks like they're going to let that one go, at least that current watch, until 2 p.m. But that may get wrapped into this other watch box we see here, and that may not. We do have some clusters of storms going on down in east of Columbia right now, between Florence and Columbia, that bear watching and are making their way north. Actually, two warnings currently in effect for the southeast corner of the state of North Carolina. That zoomed way down, farther than I expected it to. Let's take a look at this one. This severe thunderstorm warning is for the Wilmington area, and that includes Brunswick, New Hanover, and Pender counties until 2:30. Severe thunderstorm warning for New Hanover County, Pender County, and eastern Brunswick County until 2:30. At 1:27, a severe thunderstorm was located between Supply and Boiling Springs Lakes, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, with the hazard being 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of that storm that you can see right here, kind of lined up just west of Wilmington, stretching all the way down to Oak Island and then on up towards Burgaw. And then a secondary warning is in effect for Onslow County around the Richlands area. You see that cell there making its way. So Duplin, Jones, and Onslow County portions there in a severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock. At 1:13, a severe thunderstorm was located over Cypress Creek, or 14 miles west of New River Station, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. We talked about that one earlier before we took our break there, with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible with that storm. Those are the two warnings we have right at the moment. We've got a special weather statement up here in northeast of the Triangle. So that's parts of Edgecombe, Franklin, Halifax, even all the way down to Johnston, Nash, and Wake and Warren counties. That's a pretty big one there. A strong thunderstorm will impact those areas through 2:30. Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Warrenton to near Lewisburg to near Zebulon, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, wind gusts at 50 miles an hour possible with those. Let me get the full radar up here for you so it's a little easier to see. There we go. So that's that. Those are all the alerts we've got right now, the warnings and advisories that we have in place, or statements. But again, the watches themselves, the tornado watch, 7 o'clock for the northeast corner, extreme northeast corner of the state of North Carolina, and then until 8 o'clock for the rest of eastern North Carolina on down in northeastern South Carolina. And again, this watch here that extends from the South Carolina, North Carolina line through central and coastal South Carolina, southeastern South Carolina, on down through coastal Georgia and into the panhandle of Florida. That's until 2 o'clock, but that's probably going to get extended, maybe condensed into with these other watch boxes. The one area we don't have a watch box currently in place is just this little corner here, Georgetown area, or south of Georgetown. So between Georgetown and Charleston, the Charleston metro, and on up to Moncks Corner. Those areas currently not in a tornado watch, but be very surprised to see if that does not get included in the next one that is issued. Some of your comments, I want to get to those. I'm going to jump over first off to the folks that are watching us on our special live coverage channel on the Carolina Weather Group, on our severe weather our live severe weather updates. And then we've got folks that are also watching over on what we call the net. That is our storm tracker page. So I'll get to you guys next. But first, I want to get to the ones here. Let's see. I'm going to scroll back up to some of the comments we had come in since we took our last break there. Chesterfield County near Bennettsville, South Carolina. Let's see. What are you looking at the moment? Give me a second here to get the map in the right spot. So you guys right now are kind of in the carve out of our different watch boxes of tornado watches, but you've got quite a bit of cluster of shower and thunderstorm activity that's making its way into Darlington, around Bishopsville, and into Hartsville. And that's going to be making its way up towards you in the next short amount of time at the there for the folks around Chesterfield County near Bennettsville. Let's see. Ryan asked, what were the white boxes? The white boxes, those are special weather statements. So we've got, what do we got? Well, we had one that's been dropped. This is one of those. We talked about a moment ago, this triangle-shaped one from Roanoke Rapids down to around Clayton. That's just a special weather statement. Let's see. Florence just got a tornado watch notification. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. Justin was asking about the yellow boxes around Wilmington. That's yellow is your severe thunderstorm warning. Red is your tornado warning or watch, whatever the case may be. The watch is the big boxes. The warning is the little boxes, the little polygons. Let's see. Yep, there you go. Ryan answered that question for us in the chat. Lady Rossi in Florence just got a tornado watch notification. Yeah, you guys are in that tornado watch box I just mentioned a moment ago. That is until 8 o'clock tonight. And then let's see some of the others. Orangeburg, St. Matthews. You're around Orangeburg. So you've got some stuff kind of hanging around you. There's still some clusters down to your southwest that might make their way up, but they look like they're more just intense rain bands than anything else. You may be about to be out of the severe threat. David says getting kind of crazy in Greenville, North Carolina. I'll scroll up there for you. Yeah, you've got a lot to come your way. Had with the thunder and the lightning down southeast of town at the moment. Yep, just southeast of Greenville, we got a cell right there that's been moving up, and more on the way out to the west and to the south. And yep, okay. Let's see. I think that's a tornado watch. They're dazed for MCAS New River, which of course is Marine Corps Air Station New River. Jacksonville, that is for the tornado watch that you just got there. So there's some of the comments that come in on our YouTube, on our live severe weather updates YouTube. I'm going to go over now. I can't show these comments because they're coming in on a different channel. A lot of you weighed in over the last few minutes, so I'm just going to hit a couple of the highlights. Richlands, no, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Richlands, North Carolina right now. Tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning. So think of it. We got potential to make tacos. We aren't making tacos yet. Let's see. Columbia, South Carolina. Your severe weather threat is coming to a close. The door is closing on the severe weather threat there. 10 minutes left on the tornado watch to the east of Columbia. Columbia is outside it now. There are still some little clusters of cells that may come through with some heavy showers and some gusty winds for Columbia proper. But as you get outside of town and out into the suburbs, that's still, like I said, you're right on the edge of that tornado watch box in Columbia. Let's see. I had somebody's asked about Chapel Hill on several places on both channels. We've been having some questions about Chapel Hill. You may be coming out of you're on the backside of this now in Chapel Hill. Still some moderate shower activity possible at times. as we get through the rest of the day. But it looks like the severe weather threat has come to a close. In fact, the tornado watch box has been condensed and has carved out Chapel Hill and Durham. So Raleigh's still in it. So as of right now, and that's this tornado watch box here is until 8 o'clock this evening. All right. So I think I've caught up on all the comments. So again, we are watching these two. These are our two warnings that we have in place in the Carolinas at the moment. That is the severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 2:30 for New Hanover, Pender, and parts of Brunswick County. Again, for wind gusts of 60 miles an hour possible. Then this severe thunderstorm warning, that one is in effect until 2 o'clock for parts of Jones, Onslow, and Duplin counties for wind gusts of 60 miles an hour and quarter-size hail possible with this cell here. You can see it's got Richlands is getting quite a bit of rain right now. Burgal just got it. Still more coming your way. And then all on the north side of Wilmington is getting quite a bit of rain. Pretty much all of Wilmington right now is getting poured on at the moment. Let's see. May Story over on the Storm Tracker page. Johnston County, just notification for tornado watch. Anything, keep an eye on. Yeah, you got clusters. These little clusters develop, and depending on what part of Johnston County you're talking about, you still got the potential of seeing that. It seems like it's going to be hard for a squall line to set up any farther west than maybe 95 at this point. Can't rule it out. But we are seeing these little clusters of cells continue to pop off in those areas. But the severe weather threat for much of Johnston County, at least western Johnston County, as you get towards Clayton and even Smithfield, is starting to decline. But we can't rule it out yet. All right, I'm going to bounce into the weather chat for a moment. Let me zoom out the radar so we get you the big picture. And even the bigger picture, so you want to see what's coming from the south, because, again, especially coastal South Carolina, I still have concerns about what's going on in Georgia, still making its way up to you, but it looks like it's starting to pull offshore. By the way, look out there over Tennessee. Snowflakes in the local storm reports over Tennessee. Backside of the front, temperatures below freezing. They're getting some wintry stuff over the Volunteer State and even northwest Georgia now. And northeast Alabama, seeing some white stuff, some sleet possible. Let's see if that's snow or sleet. What is that? Man, 1 inch in, where is that? That's a 1 inch of snow estimated in Swanee, Tennessee. And 1 inch from Broadcast Media reported south of Lynchburg, Tennessee. So your Jack Daniels is getting some... Yes, the Jack Daniels is getting snowed on right now. All right, let's back around into our weather chats here. I'm going to start with Raleigh. Anything new there? Nothing new from Raleigh's weather chat. Wakefield. Let's see. Nope. We did have that tornado warning that expired earlier. That was up in Chowan and Perquimans counties. Here in the northeast corner of the state. We've not seen any damage reports come in from that. It was a radar indication. That cell has now made its way up into Virginia Beach. Still a piece of that in Moyock right now in northern Currituck County. That was the cell that was a tornado warned cell earlier, but we haven't seen more activity out of it. That was garnering possible warnings. Still 5 minutes left, by the way, on this tornado watch here west of Florence and east of Columbia. But we'll see if they're going to condense that down maybe or let that expire. Wilmington, let's see. There was a report from a Skywarn, a spotter from Brunswick County, who said Boiling Springs Lake was seeing 1.7-inch rain rate. That was about 13 minutes ago. They reported that in. That's pretty significant. And that area has dealt with quite a bit of these flash flood, heavy rain events in recent years, whether they were tropical, non-tropical. That's Brunswick County has really taken a beating from some flooding events over the last couple of years. Let's see. Anything else in the chat for Wilmington? No. Pretty much say Greenville, Spartanburg. Oh, okay. No, that was not today. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So here was something earlier we had mentioned last hour. Storm survey team should be wrapping up their survey now of some damage that happened earlier today in West Charlotte. So they did send a team out in Charlotte to take a look earlier today. One picture I can show you from the weather chat. Where was this? I forgot an exact. Guilford Road in West Charlotte. This came through a little while ago. We got to change some settings here, and I'll be able to show that to you. Window. Yeah, there you go. So there's another tree down in a yard. We saw that earlier in Winston-Salem earlier today. Similar scene. That one actually, this so you can see some damage on a house there. Pretty significant roof damage. Structural damage caused by a large tree that fell on a home in West Charlotte earlier this morning. They had that tornado warn or radar indicated tornado warning in Charlotte, in around the uptown area, just northeast in the city center area. But this, we'll find out if this is tornado damage or straight line winds. Just guessing it's straight line winds, just because looking around you don't see any twisting in the trees, in the tree that fell or in the nearby trees or anything like that. So that may have just been a straight line wind event there in Charlotte earlier today. All right, back to the radar. And let's see. We don't, 2 minutes left here on that watch in South Carolina. Oh, they've already canceled. If you remember a moment ago, that watch box that we were looking at here that was stretched from the South Carolina line all the way down to the Gulf Coast in Florida, they've chopped out a whole huge section of that in northeast Georgia. So, but they're still keeping it up at the moment. And that might just be, we are coming up on the expiration time for that watch. So that might mean that it's going to go away here. Oh, sorry. I thought I had switched. My fault. There we go. There you go. Now you can see it. Let's see. All right, let's just checking in the chat here while we wait for the 2 o'clock to see what happens with that one watch box. Okay, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get to that first. This is for parts of Beaufort, Craven, Duplin, Greene, Jones, Lenoir, Onslow, Pamlico, and Pitt counties. It's a very, very large area of eastern North Carolina now under a severe thunderstorm warning. 1 inch hail possible. Wind of up to 60 miles an hour is possible with this. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 3 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm located near Comfort, about 13 miles north of Half Moon, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And again, 60 mile an hour wind gust and quarter size hail is possible, according to radar indications. This was the cell that just west of Jacksonville earlier prompted this severe thunderstorm warning that's going to expire in just a few moments. So that's our latest severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, they let that one expire west of Jacksonville, as this cell here is starting. This is what you're watching here. This area here, this cell here is starting to make its way up through the area between Newbern and Greenville and Kinston. Those areas right now under the gun with that severe thunderstorm warning. And then we go back down south, and this area here, this line pretty much covering all of New Hanover County and parts of Brunswick County, is caused some pretty significant heavy rain down there. Kings Grant neighborhood seen a lot of rain and wind, according to Sarah on the chat. Let's see. Is there anything else in the chat here? First time we had somebody ask earlier about Conway, South Carolina, and then just had someone ask about Myrtle Beach. So let me scroll on down here. You got a little something developing down here around Myrtle's Inlet and Litchfield and Pawleys that might just skirt right up the beach there in the next 30 minutes or so. You are, of course, in the tornado watch until 8 o'clock, but you're on the bottom of that watch box, and that might mean that you're kind of on the outside, the fringe of the potential tornadic activity. I still have some concerns about what's going on down here around Savannah, west of Savannah towards Statesboro, and whether any of that's going to make its way towards Charleston before it gets offshore. All right, this watch box here, this is the one we talked about earlier that's kind of stayed in place. This was the one that was issued until 2 p.m. Eastern, so it hasn't expired officially yet. And it may just be that they haven't pulled the plug on it, and so Radar Scope is still seeing it. But that one should have expired 2 minutes ago, and it hasn't. Not sure why that's taking place. You still see this area down here in Georgia. I'm going to circle this area here. There's that squall line. Hey, there. If you're wondering what we're talking about with a squall line and what we're thinking, what the thought process as to why there's thoughts that we may see a squall line like this develop across North Carolina and parts of South Carolina, there's a great example of it moving across northern Florida and southeastern Georgia right now. That's kind of what the thinking is, that we could still see a squall line develop right along I-95 and make its way east. Now, this area here seems to be wanting to get into a little squall line-ish, but it's more moving that south to north track. And it may not allow that to happen, but that's not to say it doesn't. So there's that. Okay. Let's see anybody else with the chat. Here's a lot more chat here. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of folks jumped in here in the 2 o'clock hour. Let's see. Simps. All right, I'm just scrolling back through. Yeah. Somebody asked about Clayton a few minutes ago. You guys are right on the edge of things in Clayton. So you got some heavy rain moving through right now, but the back edge of the worst weather looks like it's going to be passing you by very quickly. Simpson. Yeah, you guys are right in the target right now, this severe thunderstorm warning that we're dealing with. Let's see. Yep, right here, just east of Greenville, right along 264. You are kind of in the target for this particular line here. It might skip by to the east, but there's still other clusters involved with this complex that's probably going to maybe possibly clips you. Let's see. Moon asking, did the storm break apart? No, it has not. It's just doing what they do. Get development way out ahead of the front, and that's what we're seeing now. And then again, we get the squall line that develops. That's kind of the main target. And that's what the thinking's been for the last couple of days, is that we're going to get pop-ups, storms in the morning and midday, and then late afternoon, early evening after we get through the days of heating. That's going to cause the most instability. You get that squall line set up. So still going on there. Rob, I'm not sure. You said Ballantyne, so I'm not sure if you're asking about Ballantyne section of Charlotte or if you're asking about Ballantyne, South Carolina. So hit me back up on that one. Somerville. I'm going to do Somerville, South Carolina first, because I've had some folks ask about it first, and then we'll get into the Somerville, North Carolina. Somerville, North Carolina, you're done. Let's see here. So Somerville, South Carolina, you're outside the tornado watch box. Still got shower and thunderstorm activity that's got to come through. You had a little cluster that just skipped by you a little while ago to the northwest. Still some rain, some moderate showers, some heavier rain, and maybe even some embedded cells that are down there west of Savannah that might make their way towards you. But for the folks in Summerville, North Carolina, I'm right saying that, right? Summerfield. I got Summerfield and Summerville. Sorry. Been some news stories I've been covering or talking about on my news side of things from Summerfield. Fayetteville, you're almost on the edge. You're on the back edge, but there's still some pretty hefty shower and thunderstorm activity down around Hartsville, Bennettsville. That's going to have to come your way. Orangeburg about to be in the clear. Yeah, you again, go back to it. There's some stuff around Statesboro and Reedsville, Georgia, might clip you. Virginia, man, we could get into Virginia all day. Let's see. No new thunderstorm warnings yet. Virginia, you got a long way to go. Don't have any warnings in place. Got a special weather statement. Rain warning over the York and the Chesapeake Bay, and then a special weather statement south of Fredericksburg, between Fredericksburg and Ashland. Let's see. Hollister. Okay, Hollister. I'll get you in second. Hollister, North Carolina. Well, what do we got going on there? Yesy. Okay. Yep. Sorry. I was looking at something else. Hollister, you've got some shower and storm activity still to come through. But yeah, you're not quite on the backside of this yet, but you're getting there. Not much left to deal with for you in Hollister, North Carolina. Let's see. Eva. Hey, Eva. Thanks for checking in. Big one. Yep. Kitty Hawk. Yeah, you had that cell that rolled through earlier and went sliding offshore. Still more to come. It's going to be into the evening now. Enjoy the barbecue. Raleigh, all but done. Georgetown. Let's see. Georgetown, and we talked about Georgetown is right on inside the watch box. This stuff, again, I talked about around Statesboro. If the direction holds like it is, you're probably going to see some more. There are some little cells popping up in Charleston right now. They're going to be moving your way. So, yes, you're not quite done yet. Lake City, Florida. I'll take a dive down there. Then I need to get back to my warning box. Lake City, you got the big stuff just came through. You had that squall line come through, and there's some heavier rain behind that in Lake City, Florida. Loris up in Horry County. We've mentioned it before. You are in the tornado watch. These little clusters have been popping up over Myrtle Beach, and there's some over out towards Green Sea that just slid by you. Some more down that way towards Britain's Neck. And then we've got more shower and storms down to the south and west that we'll need to watch for that. All right. Apex, not raining, not windy. You should be done with there. No tornadoes have touched down. That is one thing I'll emphasize, that we have not seen any reports of tornadoes touching down. We've had several radar indications. We had a radar indication in Charlotte. Had some radar indications up around in Rockingham County, north of Greensboro. We had radar indication in northeast North Carolina of a possible tornado in around Edenton and Hertford. All those have turned out to just been radar indications only. Let's see. Southern Pines. Oh, let's see. Southern Pines. There it is. Yep. Southern Pines. You guys in the Sandhills should be done with the severe weather threat. Can't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm, moving through the rest of the afternoon and evening. But for the worst of the weather, it looks like it's to your east. Ramsur, you're done. You guys finished up. Everything's moved off to your east now as far as severe weather. We are just watching for the rain showers, light rain showers coming through. Vanceboro and Newbern. Okay. Vanceboro and Newbern, you guys have got quite a bit to deal with over the next couple of hours. In fact, right now you are in. Are you right in that? You're close to it. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Well, there's Newbern. You guys are right inside that severe thunderstorm warning we have, and that severe thunderstorm warning continues for another 48 minutes, so until 3 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust possible, hail up to this quarter size, and that's, you can see where the heaviest of rain is going on just west. So like Pollocksville's right on the edge. Like 17 is on the edge of it. It's kind of just staying west of 17. But Vanceboro, yeah, you got multiple opportunities north of Newbern to see some heavy rain showers and maybe even some of those gusty winds out of this. Let's see. Bertie. Yeah, Bertie we talked about earlier, of course, being in the target. You know, we always talk about Bertie County having that targets on its back. It always seems like when we get these situations. Had a cell that's just moving through northwestern part of the county now. Your tornado watch continues till 7 o'clock. You still got all this down here behind it to still deal with. That's going to be coming that way. So, yep, quite a bit of time before things are done in Bertie County, North Carolina. Fairmont. Oh, hang on a second here. I want to keep that up just a second here. I'm going to search one thing, and then we'll get you caught up. Fairmont's on the back edge of things now. Fairmont's going to probably be dealing with. You've got these storms that just moved up from Florence and moving into Dillon now. So you got a cluster right there that might produce some heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds in that. And you are in the tornado watch until 8 o'clock. So, yes, you're still not out of the woods yet in Fairmont. Okay. Camp Lejeune. We want to get in the Camp Lejeune debate? No. Okay. Still some more coming your way. You've got the severe thunderstorm warning to your south west down towards Wilmington, down to Holly Ridge, down to the gunnery range out there where all the tanks love to go driving around. It's actually pretty cool to see if you're driving down 17 and just tanks running around. Still quite a bit to deal with there. And not only it's on land, it's still these cells here are kind of following each other, getting that training effect over Brunswick County. Worry about some flooding down there. Still some time for that to happen. And then behind that, you got pop-offs happening as well. So not out of the woods yet. Little Washington, yes, you are right now on the you are inside the current severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 3 o'clock. So that's probably going to get extended or shift farther north east as this complex of storms that's between Newbern and Kinston and Greenville is making its way into Washington right now, the first part of it. Gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour, maybe even stronger. You might see some hail out of this as well. And, of course, the heavy downpours, lightning. I mean, talked about lightning and thunder and all that on the lightning threat. I'd have to make several changes to radar to get you lightning updates. Goldston. What's going on in Goldston? Let's get you caught up on Goldston. So, all right, Goldston is. You guys are done. Just some rain for Goldston now. You're outside the tornado watch box, and you're pretty much Winston-Salem, same thing. Rocky Mountain Tarboro, of course, Rocky Mountain Tarboro, you are in the watch box. You've got still some time to go. The triangle is almost done with the severe threat, even though you are in the tornado watch box until 8 o'clock. Wake County is. Harnett County is, but there's not a whole lot left to the south that may be developing. I don't know. This air complex is down towards Laurinburg now. Could possibly produce something severe out of it. So not quite done yet. Greenville, right in the target for this next batch. This batch here that's you were under severe thunderstorm warning until 3, and this batch here, seeing some little strengthening with it, more intensity out of it. Lewisburg, should be okay. Charleston, South Carolina, you've got some clusters popping up. You've got stuff that's still down towards Statesboro that might be moving your way, and then anything that comes in offshore. But again, outside the tornado watch at this point, and probably going to stay that way. Okay, here is what we were concerned with. One thing I've been concerned with, and forecasts have been concerned with going into this, was what's going to happen as we get into the afternoon and peak heating of the day. And we get storms hit some places, miss places. There's a great example. This is the Dare County bombing range, 78 degrees currently. That means they've had some ample sunshine that's helped to destabilize the atmosphere. 74 now down here in Carteret County, 72 in Havelock, 73 in Newbern with the showers close by, 72 Kinston. So the atmosphere is getting soupy, getting active, and that's going to allow more of these storms to intensify because there's a lot of energy in the air. Elizabeth City right now, 73. So, yes, even though we've got this cool sound water, and see that it's not that far. You want to see how far it is a distance, and it's 10 degrees cooler because of the water. So I'm gonna put I want to measure distance. Okay, so I'm gonna measure from the Dare County bombing range to Frisco. All right, it's 33 miles. 10 degrees, and that's over 33 miles basically of open water that's in the 50s right now. So that may help reduce some of the energy, but all this stuff over land with the 70-degree air temperatures and now 80, almost 80, that's going to allow these storms to continue to intensify as we get through the afternoon and evening hours. Yep. Thankfully, no tornadoes reported on the ground today. Everything's been radar indicated. All just radar indicated. For now. Someone's asking about Southeast Virginia. You're going to have to deal with everything that comes through here. This cluster here is probably going to hit you in the next 2 hours. And again, do we see that squall line form up as well as we get later on? So, all right. Madison and Mayodan, you are out of any threats there. And Greenville, we talked about Greenville. You're in that severe thunderstorm warning. You've got clusters developing all around you and moving up from the southwest. So going to be quite a bit of activity there that you are going to be dealing with over the next hour or so, even longer. And again, the threat of tornadoes continues. Make sure you've got multiple ways to get warnings, not just here online. Make sure you got a weather radio. Make sure you've got your notifications turned on, your government notifications, emergency notifications. Make sure you got a regular radio standing by for emergency alert system. Just have those multiple ways to get those warnings as we get through the rest of today and into the evening, because we're not done with yet. Catherine's asking about Graham. And Graham is pretty much all clear. You got some rain out there. Severe weather threat for the Piedmont is done. Clayton and Garner through 5 p.m. Starting to ease up for the Triangle. You're still under the tornado watch for Wake County and Johnston County. You got some showers and thunderstorms probably headed your way for later on, maybe in the next hour and a half or so. But the main severe weather threat is easing, but it's not over yet. So still need to be watching that for Clayton and Garner through 5 o'clock. Durham, you're outside the tornado watch at the moment, but you're still got, again, like I said, for Clayton and Raleigh and Chapel Hill, even Sanford, Pittsburgh. There's some showers I'm looking at right here. I'm going to circle them for you. This area right here, you're seeing that shower activity that's going to be coming through. That could intensify as it gets closer. See, at 63 degrees, and it's going in about 68 degree air as it gets up towards the sand hills. So those areas, the cells here might still intensify enough to maybe dump some heavy rain, some gusty winds on the Triangle still. Maddie's asking about coastal Carolina. You want to get a little more specific on that would help, only because well, you know what? I could kind of give you a summary of it. And this is, again, you got tornado watch pretty much for all from northeast South Carolina all the way up to the Virginia border. Everything east of I-95 is under a tornado watch still. And we're seeing these showers and thunderstorms fire up as we get into the afternoon. Let's see. Yep. I'm going to circle pretty much this area here right now over the next hour is what we're watching. That's where the most intense activity is taking place. The only place we've got warnings in effect at the moment. So this area here through 4 o'clock, pretty much from north of Elizabeth City on down to Wilmington. That's where the main focus seems to be at the moment. Just mentioned you guys, Apex, Wake County, just mentioned you guys you got this area to deal with here. That's going to be coming through probably in the next 90 minutes. Goldsboro. Well, I'm going to zoom down on you guys because you are just on the outside looking in on this severe thunderstorm warning. You got some heavy shower activity that's going to be making its way through. You just had some go through. And still the gusty winds possible. And you may also get clipped by some of this. All right. Is that a squall line trying to form? It looks like it. But they're very similar to all these training cells. This area right here, just east of Clinton. See that area right there? It doesn't look like it wants to try to blow up a squall line, but all this is kind of acting that same way. But this is more your squall line going east to west to east. So, all right. This severe thunderstorm warning expires in 5 minutes. This severe thunderstorm warning expires in 35 minutes. But don't be surprised it doesn't get expanded out. All right. Let's take a lap around our friends at the National Weather Service in the weather chat, see what they're talking about. Morehead City, we got 2 o'clock there with that discussion. All right. Nothing new there. Raleigh, nothing new there. Wakefield. Okay, here's this is from the Storm Prediction Center. The greatest severe threat within Watch 67, the northern portion of Watch 69, will be across southeast Virginia and northeast North Carolina over the next few hours. So those are the 2 watch boxes. Okay, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me finish up on this, and I'll get to that severe thunderstorm warning. But I'm going to zoom out first. So the main threat, the greatest severe threat, as I mentioned a moment ago, the areas we need to watch, the greatest severe weather threat now looks like it's, according to the Storm Prediction Center, is starting to look more like it's going to be this area here. That's where we're going to need to be watching the closest. Within a broader environment that has been mostly convectively overturned, a more favorable zone remains across northeast North Carolina and southeast Virginia. Temperatures in the upper 60s to low 70s with dew points in the mid 60s. That yields around 500 to 750 joules per kilogram. Cape, the Wakefield VWP shows around 55 knots of deep layer shear with mid-level flow continuing to strengthen through the afternoon. With somewhat more favorable thermodynamics in this zone, a few supercells capable of damaging wind gusts and perhaps a tornado or two are possible. So that is the latest. In fact, there's a graphic that goes with it. So let me get off the radar for a moment. Okay, I can show you on the radar what they're thinking. So pretty much this area here is of highest concern now. In fact, maybe not that much the Outer Banks. Let me do it one more time. Let me just show you what they're doing. It's easier for me trying to replicate the map they're doing. Let's see here. Let me go and replace that with this. Okay. All right. There you go. This is what this latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center is thinking. Wind gusts of 65 to 80 miles an hour. Tornadoes possible with winds of 85 to 115 miles an hour. So that would be EF2, up to EF2. And then hail topping 1.25 inches for, again, the northeast corner of North Carolina, where we had our original tornado watch issued. That's until 7 o'clock. And then into southeastern Virginia, all the way up to Richmond, all the Hampton Roads area. The northern Outer Banks is included in that from Kitty Hawk to Corova. But this area is what the the Storm Prediction Center is thinking has the greatest severe threat now within the Watch Box 67 and Northern Watch 69. All right. Okay. Let me get back over here because we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of anticipated this severe thunderstorm warning was going to come in as we've gone through the last 30 minutes or so with the cell that's over eastern North Carolina. Oh, okay. Didn't mean to show that. All right. Replace window, radar scope. There you go. All right. So this new warning that just came in, this is for parts of Pitt County and Martin County until 3:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Pitt County and Martin County issued at 2:25. At 2:24, a severe thunderstorm was located over Bethel, or 12 miles southeast of Tarboro, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. Radar indicated. This is the cell. This cell, we've been tracking this cell, for almost hour and a half now? This cell started out here west of Wilmington. It's now making its way, or I say this cell, this cluster that has blossomed. And then this piece here, that spurred the latest severe thunderstorm warning. It's this one right here. That cell right there. That's what is now the one that just spurred that severe thunderstorm warning. All right. Okay. A couple more in the chat. Then I need to take a break. I need to catch my breath here as we go into hour 4 of our live coverage here on the Carolina Weather Group. Let's see. Maddie was asking, I hope I got you earlier about Conway, South Carolina. You guys are looking much better now than you were. earlier today, but still that possibility. That's why you're still in the tornado watch, because there still could still be some clusters that pop up and move through. Fayetteville, again, I mentioned Fayetteville just a moment ago, but I'll mention once more time. Watching for some cells now making their way into Laurinburg. Nashville, let's see. Nashville, you're on the edge. You got some stuff going on right now, but your threat is starting to wind down, but still can't rule it out. Beaufort, South Carolina, and oh yeah, I'm gonna go drink some water. Definitely take care of that, dude. Let's see. I had somebody say, Star, thanks for that. Yep, we'll do that. Try to take care of the instrument here. Beaufort, South Carolina. You've got some clusters down there making their way in now. This to me would be what we would consider the squall line that you're going to deal with. But yeah, you've got rain making its way in, but it doesn't look like anything severe. Just some moderate heavy showers, maybe some gusty winds with it down in Beaufort, South Carolina, as we get wind things down there. Another severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This is going to be for Washington County, North Carolina. Same thing, that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and inch size hail. Washington County, parts of Martin County, parts of Beaufort County till 3:15. So that warning just popped up. So basically the Plymouth area, you're now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Williamston, you're in one. Bethel. Greenville, still in it. Vanceboro, Newbern, Richlands, Kinston, still in those. So, all right, I am going to step aside. Oh, I got one more I need to watch here. And this is what I talked about earlier. A little special Marines warning for the coastal waters off Ocracoke and Hatteras. Seeing a little something brewing up here that might clip Buxton and Frisco and Avon in the next little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that. So that's the latest. I'm going to zoom out big picture, give you an idea where we're at across the Carolinas. But we're going to go down here on these warnings and keep you focused on those warned storms at the moment. And again, this is our main focus. Again, we are watching this area particularly over the next 6 hours. Well, maybe 4 hours, 6 hours. Let's just say 6 hours. Over the next 6 hours until this tornado watch expires at 7 and 8 o'clock respectively. Next 5 hours, that's the areas we're really going to be watching closely for the potential of some very strong to severe thunderstorms. So stay with us right here on the Carolina Weather Group. Back in a moment. Sam Walker back with you here on the Carolina Weather Group. Extended live coverage of our severe weather outbreak across North and South Carolina on this March the 16th, 2025, 2:45 in the afternoon. As we continue to keep you up to date on what's going on and answering your questions as well. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped up here in the last few moments, and we can run down those for you right now. Let's see, we're going to start with the one to the south and we'll get to the newest ones. So we've got until 3 o'clock the severe thunderstorm warning for a wide swath of area between Newbern, including Newbern, over to Kinston and up into Greenville now. That's for severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and inch-size hail, according to radar. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the same thing, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour. All this is radar indicated. That lasts until 3:15 for parts of Washington County, Beaufort County, and Martin County. Another one that also includes Martin County and parts of Pitt County. That lasts until 3:15 for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And another severe thunderstorm warning that was issued up until 3:15 for hail of up to an inch and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts for Bertie, parts of Hertford County, parts of Chowan County, as well as for that one. Those are the only current warnings we have in place. Of course, the tornado watch until 7 o'clock for the extreme northeast corner of North Carolina, the rest of eastern North Carolina, and northeastern South Carolina until 8 o'clock tonight. A couple of special. Okay, now we have a tornado warning. Let's get to that one right now down here near Georgetown, South Carolina. This is a tornado warning until 3:15 p.m. for northeastern Georgetown County in South Carolina. At 2:45 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Graves or just west of Georgetown, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a radar-indicated rotation. Again, near Georgetown, just west of Georgetown, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So we're going to move down onto this particular cell. Now, that cell is making its way towards Conway, towards Bucksport, Plantersville, maybe just staying west of Murrells Inlet and Garden City Beach, just staying west of Myrtle Beach. I'm sure Scotty Powell right now has fired everything up down his way and is keeping the folks down there up to date on what's happening. Let me zoom out so you get a better picture of this and all of our different streaming going on right now, because we've got this tornado warning in effect again for the area right around Georgetown, South Carolina. And you can see the radar indication there, possibly of some rotation in this area. I'm going to pause this. Actually, you know what? We're going to switch radars. Let's go to the Wilmington, North Carolina radar to give us a better idea of what this cell is doing down here. Yeah, okay. Just northwest of Georgetown. You can see this is where they initially spotted it, the rotation in the radar. And that's pretty hefty if it's that or if it's something else. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Scotty's feeds here. Let's see here. Scotty, I'm going to see what he's got going on, because at WBTW down in Florence, covering the Myrtle Beach area. And Scotty may not be on the air at the moment, but I don't see them doing any live coverage right now. Let me jump on his social feeds just because that looks a little concerning. Okay, I got to get to the right page here. Stand by, folks. We'll get over to All right, yeah, he is watching a cell moving into southern Horry County and Marion counties, entering an atmosphere that has some instability to work with. Say it was the best cell of the day so far. That was at 2:45. So that's the one that tornado warning we've got issued now is for that cell down there in coastal South Carolina. And as you can see, man, the radar is that was a super res reflectivity. Let me go to precipitation. Yeah, I can see now where they're thinking is right in that area. So that would have just crossed, headed towards Plantersville with that rotation there. That's the most recent at 2:49. So that's the most recent image we have from the Wilmington radar. Velocity. Let's see if the velocity is going to show me anything. I'm going to get up into the upper atmosphere. Really need to stay on tilt 1 because tilt 1's the lowest that it gives us. So yeah, that's where they're thinking there might be some rotation in there, and that's why that tornado warning's been issued. So if you are in that area around northeast of Georgetown, west of Murrells Inlet, Garden City Beach, Bucksport, Carolina Forest, even Conway, you need to be getting to your safe spot right now because of that potential rotation that could be a possible tornado in that cell. And I want to zoom back out because I want to make sure I don't miss any other warnings at the moment. Okay. Yep. All right, let's go to reflectivity now. And then, you know what? We're on the Wilmington radar right now, which is obviously causes it's not going to get the stuff that's going on up here in northeast North Carolina. But because we've got a tornado warning in effect, I want to stay with that. All right, let's see if there's any updates on that tornado warning. It expires in 23 minutes. No, they haven't. So at 3:15, I'm going to go over to the weather chat for Wilmington and see what they're saying there. Radar, again, it's radar indicated. That tornado warning is for radar indication. All right. But I don't have any other data I can really give you at the moment regarding that storm and whether it's anything else happening with it other than that just the radar is indicating the possibility of a tornado there in that area. All right. How bad is Nashville? Getting some question asking about Nashville, North Carolina. We'll hold on to those just because we do have this tornado warning that is still it's still active. So before we start scouting around for some other things in other places, I want to stay with that one for the moment. Okay. Nope. All right. Just was answering that one question we had in the chat there about there. All right. I can't give you a lot more on this one at the moment. Seeing that cell moving towards Plantersville and Bucksport. And that tornado warning is still in effect there. Again, this is Georgetown County, South Carolina, north of Georgetown, just to the south of Myrtle Beach, where we have this tornado warning in effect until 3:15. All right. Since I'm not getting other data at the moment there, we're going to switch back to the large picture radar. And we'll scoot our way back up north just to see where we're going with these tornado or these severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing's changed there at the moment with the severe thunderstorm warnings in northeastern North Carolina and eastern North Carolina. There's your squall line setting up, sir. Yep, there it is. Now starting to see that squall. There's a squall line trying to set up there. Although it's still just doing the training, still moving north, southeast to northwest. Okay, they have issued a special weather statement now in that same area. Strong thunderstorm will impact inland Georgetown County through 3 o'clock. This was the 2:35. Okay, this was a Doppler radar tracking that strong thunderstorm over Graves. We're just west of Georgetown, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So that's the same cell now that ended up spawning that tornado warning. And I say spawning as in spurring that tornado warning. Again, this is all radar indicated. We have not had any tornado warnings today that that have been about tornadoes touching down or even being spotted. These have all been radar indications for our tornado warnings we've had today, thankfully. We have had some reports of some storm damage, some have strong wind gusts, severe wind gusts that have caused some trees down, power lines down across both states today, mostly in the central and western parts of the state earlier today. But obviously, this is happening now, so the reports will start coming in as we get into the next couple of hours for that. I'm getting a little downpour as we speak here, coming in here in Currituck County in the northeast corner of North Carolina. Nice little burst of precipitation there. All right, so that's nothing new with this tornado warning. That's set to expire in 15 or 18 minutes. So that one's still going to go till 3:15. They have not done an update on it. Still get and while we wait on that, I'll just take a peek over here. Did see someone had reported on the weather chat in Wilmington about all the rain that had fallen. Let's see, that's not the rain. That's got reports of more than 1.5 inches, over 1.6, almost. Oh wow, that's the intensity accumulation. 1.7 inches. That was in St. James in Brunswick County. And I talked about that earlier, that we were seeing these just, training effect of cells coming off the ocean, making their way on to Oak Island and then up into interior sections of Brunswick County. And they've, we do have a special weather statement there for inland New Hanover, Brunswick, and coastal Pender. Strong thunderstorm impacting New Hanover, southeastern Pender, and eastern Brunswick counties through 3:15. Doppler radar indicating a strong thunderstorm with wind gusts of up to 50 miles an hour, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Okay, now we've got our first storm report. This is some wind, tree damage. Tideland EMC reported tree on power lines near Core Point, about 3 miles west of Core Point in Brunswick County, right along the Pamlico River there between Chocowinity and Aurora. Still got all these severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 3:15 up here in the northeast corner of North Carolina. And it's just these training clusters of thunderstorms moving through. But I want to go back down to our tornado warning that continues for another 16 minutes in Georgetown County. Okay, here's an update from them 5 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado was located near Oatland, 8 miles north of Georgetown, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation. And that was 5 minutes ago was the update. So still indicating a possible tornado. And we'll go back to the Wilmington radar now and see if we can see anything else here with that cell. And I want to get that geographic location that they gave us, saying it was near Oatland, 8 miles north of Georgetown. So I'm going to try to zoom down and see if I can pick up Oatland on this map. All right, there's Georgetown. Oh, this map's not showing Oatland. That's a shame. All right, let me see if I can pull it up on Google Maps here. And then have a better idea what roads it's near. It's just a neighborhood. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, unfortunately, the Google Maps not helping me much there either with trying to identify exactly where Oatland is. And I'm sure somebody in the chat may jump on that. If Scotty was here, he could tell us, but he's busy. He's doing his thing on the TV down there. So, okay, I think I have an idea now because this would be the point that they're using there right here, just north of Plantersville, right along US 701 is what they're tracking. And that would take this cell into Conway here in the next few minutes. But we do not have the tornado warning extended out of Georgetown County into Horry County at this point. So it might be a situation that they're looking at that and seeing some weakening that may keep that from becoming an issue there. Let me go back to weather chat and see if there's anything else. No, nothing else indicates on the Wilmington chat that what they're seeing or what they may, if they may change that. So, and this is a good example. I talked about it earlier about how, we were thinking that maybe the strongest, the severe weather is going to, start moving offshore. But one thing about it, this is not that squall line that I've been talking about throughout the day. There's a squall line starting to develop. These are just cluster storms that are popping up because of the instability in the atmosphere. And then they're making that movement from south to north. Now we're starting to see a squall line set up here. So maybe we're going to get that effect going over eastern North Carolina. All right, they have let the severe thunderstorm warning that was covered in New Bern and Kinston and Greenville expire as the strongest cells have moved to the northeast and up into Martin County and Washington County and Bertie and parts of Chowan and Gates in Hertford counties and even right up towards Gates County there. All right, we got a new tornado warning. New tornado warning just coming in. This is for radar indication until 3:30 p.m. for parts of Pasquotank, Perquimans, and Camden counties. At 2:59 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Snug Harbor, 8 miles southeast of Hertford, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation, and that has been what we've been having all day. The Storm Prediction Center had said earlier this was the area we're going to be need to watch for the potential of tornadoes developing. And now we've got another tornado warning in this area. We had one just to the west of this area that's now under a tornado warning earlier this afternoon. But as we pass the 3 o'clock hour, we now have this tornado warning that includes parts of Pasquotank County. That includes Elizabeth City. It's radar indicated. So no tornado on the ground, nothing spotted. It's just that we see some rotation in the radar that indicates a possibility of tornadoes trying to form. But I want to pull back on to the one down in Georgetown because that one's going to expire in another 12 minutes. No change there. But again, a new tornado warning. Again, this includes Elizabeth City until 3:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Snug Harbor, 8 miles southeast of Hertford, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. But again, this is a radar indication. What we've seen all day has been with these clusters of storms showing some rotation on radar. Okay. All right, just let's see if there's some things that were coming through on chat at the moment. All right, so those of you wondering, the yellow polygons, as we've now seen expand, yellow polygons are severe thunderstorm warnings. Red That's a tornado warning. Orange, that's your special marine warnings. The red boxes, the big boxes out over a large stretch of area, that is the tornado watch box. All right. This is a new one. Severe thunderstorm warning now issued for Conway, Carolina Forest, Horry County now under severe thunderstorm warning. That is for that cell that it's had sparked the tornado warning, and that has now expired. As you just saw it go off the screen there, the tornado warning in Georgetown County has expired. That cell has lost its rotation signature, but still capable of producing up to 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts on radar. So a good portion of Horry County in South Carolina now under severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45 p.m. At 3:01 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Yahana, or just inland from Murrells Inlet, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour with wind gusts of 60 miles an hour possible with that severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to back out, head back up to the northeast because we do have a tornado warning in effect. That is that tornado warning for Elizabeth City, Woodville, Camden, those areas. Weeksville's just outside that warning box. And let's see if there's any update on that. No. Okay, that is in effect until 3:30. All right, no change on the information, so I'm going to switch over to the Wakefield radar. And I know a lot of you have probably been commenting, and we'll try to get to those in a minute just because of these tornado warnings. We want to stay with that. Okay, right there, you can see in the radar indication, and that's the super res reflectivity, that they may see a rotation. That's a rotation signature right there. That is right across the Perquimans River, in a place near New Hope, is where that was indicated. The latest radar image a minute ago put that near New Hope, and then heading to the northeast towards Woodville, and would take that cell between the US 17 bypass where Walmart and the big shopping area is. It would take that cell between there and Elizabeth City proper, if you will. So we are going to watch that one very closely on that track. So again, that's that right there, that pink blob that's showing up right there. That is the radar indication of rotation happening. All right. So now that pink just went away. Still seeing some dark color here on that same track. With 307 image. So again, a tornado warning. Okay, that's the overlap of the. All right, yeah, it's getting a little confusing now. Man. Okay, so that's our only tornado warning currently in place. Let me switch back to the regional just to make it a little cleaner. All right, so you got all these severe thunderstorm warnings. Washington County, Martin County, Bertie County, Hertford County, part of Northampton County, here in the northeast corner of the state. Still back into Pitt County with that one. Okay, there's another one there that just got issued. That is a severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock for Beaufort, Duplin, Greene, Lenoir, Martin, and Pitt counties. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Radar indicated. go back down here to Horry County, where we've got that severe thunderstorm warning continuing until 3:40 p.m. for up to an inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. All right, let's see if we can get a more up-to-date image there. 306. That's the latest, was 306 on the regional. Go back to the Wakefield radar. 309. Yeah, not seeing that rotation, definitely seeing some deformation there, reflectivity. All right, let me jump over the chat and see if, all right, there's anything else. Okay, National Weather Service in Wakefield has put out a updated briefing. Tornado threat has decreased some, but as at least a low threat remains. Strong tornado can still not be ruled out. The strong cold front will cross the area later this evening. There remains a risk of severe weather along and ahead of the strong cold front. Multiple rounds of storms are likely with potential for widespread damaging winds and tornadoes. Severe storms are possible this afternoon and evening ahead of the main front, which is expected to move across the region later this evening from 6 to 9 p.m. Now, the Wakefield office covers a good portion of southeastern Virginia. That covers southeast Virginia and the extreme northeast corner of North Carolina. Let's see. They did post a YouTube video. I'm not going to share that here because it would take a couple of clicks. I don't have the capability of to get the volume out to you, and I don't want to mess up any of our where we've got these streams set up today. It's been kind of interesting. And glad you're along with us here on both of our Carolina Weather Group channels right now. Our Storm Tracker channel, and thanks everybody that's been weighing in on the chat there, and then our live special coverage channel as well. All right, let's see if there's any updates on this tornado warning that expires at 3:30. Yes, let's see. Is there an update? No, nothing new on that tornado warning there in Perquimans and Pasquotank and Camden counties. Elizabeth City included in that. Nothing showing on the chat at the moment with National Weather Service Wakefield. That the tornado warning is still up. Okay, here's something from National Weather Service Moorhead City. Showers and thunderstorms continue to overspread the area, mainly along and west of Highway 17. Early this afternoon, continue to see some very weak rotation. Some of the storms are watching that very closely as they lift northeast. All right, a little more movement there. Now's the latest radar image with this tornado radar indicated rotation for the National Weather Service in Wakefield. Again, tornado warning. This is the only tornado warning we currently have in effect in either state. Still got the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Horry County. Starting to see that moving into Conway. The most powerful part of that cell is moving into Conway at the moment. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning? Yes, it is. Yep, got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Green. All right, Beaufort, Duplin, Green, Lenore, Martin, and Pitt. Now, that's one we talked about a moment ago. That one is until 4 o'clock for this line of thunderstorms from Bruce to near LaGrange, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. It's kind of been the standard with all these cells today as they've been making their way through the Carolinas. Those of you in the chat asking about what's going on out to the west, pretty much the severe weather threat looks like it's done from west of the triangle, from Columbia to the west, all out of the woods there. Everybody out that way is out of the woods now, as far as severe weather threat. But you're still seeing, even back right along the I-95 corridor, we're seeing a few spotty showers and thunderstorms. But now it looks like the severe weather threat has moved east of I-95. Beaufort getting rain right now. Charleston, you're going to see some rain, but not nearly as much as your neighbors to the north and south have. But the threat from the severe weather has shifted now to the east of I-95. All right, seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings that were in effect in the northeast corner of the state have all expired. The only one we currently have runs from Williamston down to the other side of Kinston and includes Greenville. And that's from that line of storms that are making their way through. And this cell here is the one that we do have the radar indication of a tornado. That expires. All right, here's an update. Tornado warning remains in effect until 3:30 for central Camden, central Pasquotank, and southeastern Perquimans County. At 3:11 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Nixonton or near Weeksville, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. A second circulation, also capable of producing a tornado, was located near Snug Harbor, moving northeast. So that was what we were seeing in that radar signature. Oh, wow, there's a hook echo. There is a hook echo in that cell at the moment, right to the southeast of Woodville. That is very very interesting to see a hook echo now, and that a lot of times is that indication of rotation in a supercell thunderstorm, right at the head of what's known as the New River on the Pasquotank Perquimans border is where that is. I'm going to switch over now to the Wakefield radar, see if we can get an idea if that truly is a hook echo or if it's just something going on with the way that man, that's going to be tough to tell. Okay. Let me get back down to it. Yeah, that may just be, that looks like it was just the way that the regional radar was kind of playing the signals and kind of dampening out some of the stuff that's clutter, if you will. As Wakefield mentioned, that they were watching two different rotations in that particular cell. So, all right, I'm going to zoom back out here, put the radar back into animation mode, and let's see if the precipitation, no, that's not going to help us. So you can tell there is a lot with these cells. It's kind of, the radar's having not so much a hard time with them, but it's definitely, it's a busy one. All right, let me just throw this in rotation, and we're going to check one or two things here, and so stand by. All right, so watching this cell as it's making its way towards Elizabeth City, we definitely seeing some rotation at two different spots. One, Snug Harbor, which is right down here by the Sound, and then a second piece of energy, our second rotation. But that cell now making its way into Elizabeth City, which spawned that has sparked that tornado warning that again is in effect so for 11 more minutes, 3:30 is when that expires. So the radars, I'm looking at the radar clock and not the clock itself. So All right, so that's the only tornado warning we have currently in place. Again, it's a radar indication. We've got no word of anything on the ground. As you can see, there are some cells behind this that are just as intense that need to be watched. And okay. Stand by here, folks. We got multiple things going on at once here, and we got to check a couple of things for our normal. Okay. Got somebody texting me about a computer that has failed at our radio station. So give me just a second and bear with me here. Okay. All right. Let me get back over to our radar scope so we can give you the latest image. Let's see. All right. I'm checking our chat as well at the same time to make sure we're not missing anything there. Anybody that's on the ground. No, I don't have anybody there. And I don't have any cameras available to me in that area. Otherwise, I would probably be able to pull those up. But this cell, only because they've got the double rotation indication in it. Let me see if National Weather Service has got us anything else. This tornado warning is going to expire in 9 minutes. But again, that is the only one we currently have in place, I believe. Yes. All right. There's that. Okay. Expires in 8 minutes. And no, nothing new on that. We'll go to Weather Chat, make sure that they don't have anything new. Directly saying at Wakefield, no, they aren't. I am going to do a quick check of our socials just because sometimes we will get direct on the ground reports from out of Elizabeth City and that area to see if anything is happening. Okay, yeah, I've got some folks saying they did get in. They're heeding the warning. Great job getting in the bathroom. But they are heeding this warning, taking it seriously. That's what we like to see. We like to hear when we do issue these warnings. All right. Nope. Okay. All right. Let's see. Pasco Camden Emergency Management did post just that the warning had been issued until 3:30. Folks were taking that seriously. And it's good to see that. Yes, it's gotta be. Somebody had actually posted some photos of water spouts nearby me to our north. Maybe I think those are out in the ocean. Yeah. No, we did have a water spout spin up close by, but we're going to have to confirm that. Can't confirm that at the moment. Okay. Thanks, Zeb. We got somebody checking in here on the storm tracker. Says they are at the Coast Guard base, Elizabeth City, and nothing on the ground there. So, and that would be right where that 72 is. So they would be to the south. Well, they've been to the east of this cell the whole time, but they're not seeing anything from there. So thanks, Zeppel, for that one. All right, getting some text information coming in now. All right, so this is, again, tornado warning in effect until 3:30 for parts of Pasquotank, Perquimans, and Camden counties in North Carolina. In the Elizabeth City area, that's the bulk of this cell now over top of Elizabeth City. And got a feeling they're going to let this expire, even with that the rotation. Maybe they've seen the rotation signature go away. But if you noticed, go back a couple of images here. That definitely, there's a comma. There's there's a hook signature in there. It looked like at one point, but that may just be how this regional radar handles these images. Because again, if we go back and look at how things looked in the Wakefield the high res. There's so much noise there. All right. I think they are going to let this expire. I mean, still 5 minutes left in it. You see a lot of lightning out in the western side of that warning box between Hertford and Woodville, and even in Woodville. Some lightning strikes out there. That was on that side. Got 1, 2 right in Camden, just south of Camden Post Office and Courthouse. Pretty intense storm there. But again, we go back, Storm Prediction Center mid this afternoon, that this was going to be the area of focus for the potential for the severe thunderstorms and the potential for possible tornadoes was, again, this area that we are watching now. Here, this area, and up into southeastern Virginia as well. All right, so we'll scroll back down. We still got this tornado. I'm sorry, tornado watch. Yeah, we got our tornado watch till 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:45 in Horry County, South Carolina. And then this large watch warning box, severe thunderstorm warning box, basically covers the area from Williamston down to Pink Hill in North Carolina, with this line that's starting to form up right over Greenville, just west of Greenville, Aden, just east of Snow Hill near Kinston. That line there is being watched, and you can see that's doing the training effect. That's going from southeast to north, or southwest to northeast, which is following the track of pretty much everything today. That's what we've been seeing, is that northeast direction with all these storms. All right, we're going to stick with you until this particular tornado warning expires, and then we're going to take a quick break, check with some of our sources out that way, and see if what they can tell us, what they've seen. And we have not had any other storm reports come in other than this one that there's some trees down near Aurora. But again, that's not unusual, as we're in the middle of this thing, and we really don't see the storm reports come in until after things have quieted down quite a bit. All right, so 3 minutes left on this tornado warning. Let's see if there's anything new in weather chat, in the NWS chat. There is not. We do have a new mesoscale discussion. Risk for damaging gusts and tornadoes continues across the tornado watch area. Strong thunderstorms ongoing within a loosely organized convective band from east central North Carolina to coastal South Carolina. Thus far, numerous storm interactions and weak buoyancy have limited storm organization. So one thing that's been a positive has been that we've seen, because we've had so many clusters and so many pop-ups of storms throughout the day, that's kind of sapped the energy out of the atmosphere and maybe kept the instability down. So that's played in our favor, even though we've had quite a few severe thunderstorms. That might have helped prevent things from really getting organized. Of course, we had severe storms earlier this morning around the Charlotte area with some trees down. Winston-Salem, same thing, some trees down in that area. We've seen photos. There's also, reports of wind gusts. We didn't really get any hail reports, but tree damage has been the main thing from strong wind gusts out of these severe thunderstorms. So, still waiting on this tornado warning here in Elizabeth City. That should expire here in just a few seconds. And when it does, we are going to step aside for a little bit. Again, to check with our sources out there, make sure everything's okay. But also to catch our breath as well and update a few things for our radio audience. So, yep, there it goes. It has expired. And that cell is making its way into central Camden County and on up into northern Currituck County toward Moyock and into Virginia Beach. But a lot more of these cells still have to come through. So we are going to stay with you until things quiet down here as our continuing live storm coverage here on the Carolina Weather Group continues in just a moment. Stick around. Right back here on the Carolina Weather Group, I'm Sam Walker. As we are into hour number 5 of our coverage today of the severe weather outbreak, which thankfully is turning into pretty tame compared to what we thought we might be dealing with today. But we're not done with it yet. We still got quite a bit of activity to get through eastern North Carolina. A couple of changes have happened over the last few minutes. First off, we've seen the tornado watch box shrunk even more in North Carolina. A few more counties out of it. It's pretty much just everything east of I-95 now. And the same can be said, everything east of I-95 and well north of I-26 in South Carolina. No active warnings in South Carolina now. That severe thunderstorm warning that was up in Horry County has expired as that cell started to make its way across the state line towards Whiteville and Columbus County. And that's where that special weather statement's in effect. So we'll have the severe thunderstorm warning that covers from Pink Hill up to Williamston, including Greenville and Kenston. That is set to expire in 12 minutes at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. The cell that had been caused a tornado warning to be issued for Elizabeth City, that has now moved over into Currituck County. That's why we have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Currituck County, including lower Moyock and then southern Virginia Beach. That warning is in effect until, let's see here, 27 minutes. So 3:35, that was when it was issued, 4:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm located near Currituck, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour with wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. The main hazard. So that rotation turned out to be nothing, and kind of confirmed that in some of the reports we've seen on our chat, also on our social media as well, that we were no longer dealing with, that, yeah, definitely was a thunderstorm, but it wasn't anything, let's see here. That was just, a strong thunderstorm. So, all right. Okay, let's see here. We're still dealing with some remote computer issues. It's back on green. Yay. Okay. All right. So I'm just sending a text here to our, see it now. Should be good to go. Okay. That's when you have to multitask. Multitasking on a very busy storm day. All right. Let me get some of your questions in chat. Melania was asking about something, orange box around Charleston. Let me zoom back out there. That orange box that was around Charleston earlier and continues, that is our special marine warnings. That's because of those thunderstorms moving off of Charleston now, moving out over the coastal waters. And so those are special marine warnings, just advisories to mariners of strong winds, waves, things like that. So that's what those orange boxes around Charleston are. Our red big box, that's our tornado watch. The yellows, severe thunderstorm warnings. Same thing up here. Orange, there's another special marine warning that covers part of the Currituck Sound and out into the open waters of the Atlantic. And the white, that is just a special, that is just a special weather statement, just saying you got the strong thunderstorms that are moving through there. So anyway, the only two warnings we have currently are for parts of Currituck County and then a stretch from Martin County down to Duplin County. Yes, programs have to be backed up. Okay. Thanks, Jim. Oh, wow. Let's see here. Okay. Hey, thanks, Melania, for the super chat, the $10 super chat. We greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for reassuring me. That's what we're here for. That's what we're trying to do. Keep everybody informed. Yep, we love to do that. So that's what it's all about, is keeping you informed and make sure everybody's safe and it has all the information. Let's see here. What else have we got? I've been getting sideways rain bands at Holden Beach. Ditches are saturated and flooding into the yard. Yeah, we've seen reports down on the southeast corner coast that well over 1.5 inches of rain, maybe some 2 inches in spots has fallen. There's still some rain showers falling down there. So you may be dealing with this for a little while longer. Thanks for that, Kathy. Let's see. All right. Oh, yeah. Here's one. Crazy rain here in Columbia, like being in a car wash. I'm going to say whether that was Columbia, South Carolina or Columbia, North Carolina. Because, well, no. Yeah, because both were pretty much getting the same thing at the same time. Columbia, South Carolina here. Columbia, North Carolina up here. And they did get a pretty healthy dousing about 330, 340. Let's see. What else do we got in the chat here on this side? The sky's just dark here in Durham. Again, that was about 30 minutes ago. So, all right. And thanks to Melania for becoming a member as well. Thank you very much for becoming a supporter. We do greatly appreciate it. Well, let's see here. Maddie, what about coastal Carolina? Well, depending on what part of coastal Carolina you're talking about. If you're talking about down, say on the Grand Strand, things are pretty much quieted down. Charleston's still seeing those showers skirting through. Georgetown, nothing right now. Maybe some rain coming your way. Myrtle Beach is almost nothing. But it's pretty busy for the coastal North Carolina areas. And as I mentioned before, they have shrunk that severe thunderstorm warning box out of Currituck. Still includes Knott's Island. That's still in Currituck. It's the mainland side of Currituck. So Moyock's out of that watch box now, or warning box. Everybody's still in the watch boxes. Watch till 7 o'clock for tornado watch north of the Albemarle Sound, and 8 o'clock south of the Albemarle Sound on down to South Carolina. Let me hide that one. Sorry about that. Yeah, Grand Strand. Okay, Bikini. Yep, the Grand Strand is, you guys are pretty close to being in the clear. That cell's moved out into Columbus County, North Carolina. And again, still down here, these cells are going to be skirting just offshore. But the severe weather threat looks like it's just about ready to end down there. Still a while to go. I'd say a while to go, probably at least a good hour to 2 hours. Let's see here. Yeah, nothing to worry about tornado-wise anywhere at the moment. Everything right now has been radar indicated, as we've said throughout. All the tornado warnings we've had today have been radar indicated cells. We've not had any reports of any tornadoes on the ground. We do know that there was a survey team being sent out to West Charlotte today after what came through earlier this morning. And let me see if there is an update on that. They haven't. Yeah, they've got it done. Somebody's asking, when's the last time Charlotte actually had a tornado? It was December 2024. Brad Panovich. Thank you very much. But no, there's not been any tornadoes reported on the ground as of yet. Severe thunderstorm warning. Not surprised by this one because we're seeing these cells are coming up off the ocean now. In to Hatteras Island, already been through Ocracoke, Dare County, and parts of the Hyde County mainland, and the Dare County mainland, and the Dare beaches. So basically, from Hatteras Inlet up to Duck is under severe thunderstorm warning now. That's going to be in effect until 5 p.m. 1 inch hail possible. 60 mile an hour wind gust possible with that severe thunderstorm warning in Dare County. Covers all of Dare County from Duck to Hatteras, includes also parts of Ocracoke and also parts of eastern mainland Hyde County until 5 p.m. Let's see. All right. Got a couple of texts coming through there. We were just wanting to make sure no storm information. It's all other information that we need. All right. Still watching this severe thunderstorm warning. Still got 3 minutes left on that from Williamston down to Pink Hill and including Greenville, Kenston. They are still there with a 1-inch hail possibility and the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust from this line here that has been pretty much steady all for the last hour or so. That's that warning we're watching right there. But this, let me go back to the pen here. This area right here has been seeing this kind of a training effect going on for well of an hour. So west of Greenville, Snow Hill, west of Kinston. So let's see. I got to remember, where's LaGrange? LaGrange, Seven Springs, Snow Hill, Hookerton, Farmville, on up towards Bethel and Welcome. That's Welcome right there, by the way, north of Greenville. That's been getting this consistent amount of rain for quite some time. Hey, James is going to check in with me here in a second. Let me get the screen up so I can pop him in when he wants to come in, since I'm running the show right now. Yeah. Hey, Brett, thanks for the super chat. $5 super chat. Type of weather you can take your fish out for a walk. Yeah. Definitely. With all that rain down there. Especially in the southeast corner of the state. That's for sure. Yeah, you definitely can walk the fish today with all that rain they got down there. And it looks like more of that rain's coming this way. I need to check mine because we've gotten some pretty healthy over the last hour. We got a pretty healthy dose of rain here at the newsroom on Churches Island. Let's see what that weather flow tempest is telling us right now. Let's see. We have gotten so far 0.3 of an inch so far here on Churches Island. All right. So we've still got these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. All right. Okay. A couple other chats coming in over on the storm tracker. Raining here in Somerville. Just blew through an Irmo. It's calm at the moment. Rain stopped in Columbia as of now. Those were earlier, I know. It looked like there was a little bit more rain coming through. Amanda's asking, how bad was Kannapolis? From what I understand, yeah, it got a little rough earlier this morning, but we haven't had any reports of any major problems there. No damage reports. There were some wind gusts and some trees down in several locations around the Charlotte metro. But for the most part, James is tracking that very closely there in Charlotte. So he might, when he jumps on here in a few minutes, he might be able to offer a little bit more. I haven't seen any storm reports because those would be popping up here on the radar. As you can see, we've had almost no storm reports. That's a great sign. That means that things really haven't been as bad. Raleigh was fine, Ryan says. Good to know. Nashville. You guys should be out of the woods now in Nashville. Everything's to your east. In fact, you're not even in the tornado watch anymore. So things should be good. Finish there. Grants. Just some light showers for Raleighwood the rest of today. All the severe weather's moved to your east. Kyle, yeah, the tornado warning has left Elizabeth City. It's gone. It's out of here. In fact, that cell now is up over Knott's Island and Back Bay, headed out towards the Croatan section of Virginia Beach, and maybe they're going to get just a piece of it. I don't think it's going to get to the ocean front. It's going to get close. Dam Neck's getting it as well. from that cell we had earlier. Still some more behind that cell that's stretching over Moyock and down into Camden and just Bellcross getting some heavy rain now. And then on down towards Texas Beach in Camden. And then some moderate rain showers and heavy rain clustered over Weeksville and the Coast Base there in Elizabeth City. You can see the temperature difference now. When it had jumped up to 74 before that cell came in, and we were seeing that energy being into helping to feed those storms. Now it's 68 after the rain went through there at the Elizabeth City Coast Guard base. Let's see, Wilson done. I think I told you all that. Wilson's done. Wilmington. Let's see, Wilmington now. You guys have been dealing with quite a bit of back-to-back showers. Still some of that coming through, not nearly the intensity or the coverage that we saw earlier today, but it's still definitely happening. Still got some rain there. And still got a few isolated small cells that got to come through Brunswick County and coming up off the ocean. But that's starting to get farther in the direction of offshore. So you should be good to go there very shortly. One warning in place right now for North Carolina. Two warnings, really. Knott's Island is still in that. And it's a very small sliver of Knott's Island. And then the Outer Banks, what everybody thinks of the Outer Banks, that would be from Duck down to Ocracoke, is in a severe thunderstorm warning, along with the Dare County mainland. Manio in there as well. Not seeing the rain getting there yet, but we do see it starting in Hatteras Village. It's starting to jump in there. But we are starting to see things calm down, and that's great news. Yep, Mac, Raleigh is in the clear. Yep, Raleigh is in the clear. But now it looks like our focus our attention continues out here east of I-95 in North Carolina. South Carolina should be done with it. Yeah, I would say so. This area around Charleston, just some heavy showers, but nothing severe is probably going to pop out of that. This area right around here. So still a couple more hours to go as far as the severe weather is concerned for parts of eastern North Carolina. And again, watching this training effect that's going on here. It'll be interesting to see if we get some rain totals out of there. See if we're seeing anything in the chat. As far as Morehead City is concerned, because that's where that would be. Zach Holder at WITN saying southwest of Greenville had the best look of anything more organized so far today from their tower cam. Let's see. Yeah, that was southwest, and he shifted it to the northeast. There's been some great views there. All right. But yeah, it's kind of getting quiet in the weather chat too. Let's see if anything going on Wakefield wise. Let's see. Newest from. Okay, is this? All right. Yeah, here we go. Okay. 253. So this is at 353 from the Storm Prediction Center. Scattered severe storms with damaging winds and a few strong tornadoes are expected this afternoon and evening for the Carolinas into the mid-Atlantic. A couple of changes have been made to the outlook for this issuance. The first change is to remove the moderate risk area. So we've seen the orange go away on that moderate risk, which was everybody was talking about at level 4. That's gone. Numerous storms had developed early this afternoon along and near the instability axis from the eastern Carolinas northward into the mid-Atlantic. As a result, instability has remained weaker than was expected, and severe threat coverage should be a bit less than was previously forecast. The second change to the outlook is to remove severe threat probabilities and thunder to the west of the instability corridor from the Florida Panhandle northward into parts of the southern and central Appalachians. So that's where we're at now from the SPC. I'll pull that graphic. They're still in the enhanced. I don't know. This graphic does not look categorical. Yeah, they've still got the enhanced up for the deep south, but a lot of what we've worked through. Excuse me. A lot of okay. I know where I can look for that. Hold on. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. I'm getting an alert. Hey, stand by. Let us bring in. I do believe. Yep. Let's see. Why is this doing this? Has joined. Add to the stream. There he is. All right. James, are you there? Well, I see you there. There he is.
Am I
Hello.
there?
You are
Hi,
there.
Sam.
Hello, James. It's been a rather interesting day today, to say the least.
I'm in-
Up, he's having a little issue there with the, and he's frozen. Let's see. Yeah, James, you're bouncing in and out. Let's see if we can get you a little more stable. He might be connected to the office Wi-Fi if he's outside. There we go. Let's see what this is. Yeah, gonna grab a different device. There we go. Okay. That's James Bryarson's going to join us here on the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Sam Walker. Oh, we've got something new here on the radar. Let me go back and zoom that back out because we've got a little something for Currituck, and that is a green. I have not seen that green pop up yet. Flash flood warning. Okay, so we've got our first flash flood warning out of this. Flash flood warning issued by the National Weather Service in Wakefield for Camden, parts of Camden, parts of Currituck, Pasquotank, and also for Virginia Beach at 4:06 p.m. Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain falling across the warned area, with between 1 and 2 inches of rain having fallen so far. Additional rainfall amounts of up to 1 inch is possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring, and that's going to be until 7:15 this evening. So flash flood warning for parts of Camden, Currituck, Pasquotank, and counties here in North Carolina, and for Southern Virginia Beach. Also issued one up. Where is that? That one, I believe that's Chesapeake and Norfolk. Yeah. For the flash flood warning up there, but we do have a flash flood warning now in effect for parts of northeastern North Carolina due to radar indications. The Weeksville area on into southern central Camden counties, and then right at the middle of Currituck. So from about Moyock down to Barco, and then on over to Knott's Island and Corova under a flash flood warning until 7 p.m. because of the heavy rainfall that we've had, 1 to 2 inches so far, with another inch possible. As you can see with those cells, they're right over that warning area that have been training in. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Dare County, and that lasts until 5 o'clock. With these cells are coming in off the Atlantic Ocean and over the Pamlico Sound, now making their way onto land. And so we'll start seeing some rain making its way into Manio shortly. I can pull up the Manio camera at least. We have webcams in some of these places. We can at least pull up downtown Manio where it's quiet. Yep, dry. No need to do that. Might don't want to mess up the buffering or start buffering the stream here. Let's see. There's special marine warning for the Pamlico Sound and the open waters off Hatteras Island, south of Oregon Inlet. That's for the possibility of some water spouts spinning up, which is always can happen with these cells like this. So our only warnings now in place are here in the northeast corner of North Carolina with our severe weather system today. So James to jump in here if he's able to get a different device and get online with us, and he can jump on and give us his thoughts from out in Charlotte today and maybe some things he's been seeing while I've been doing the live streaming all afternoon here on the Carolina Weather Group. We again appreciate you joining us. And while we wait for James to try to get back in, we will go back to the chat and see what else you might have. Let's see. Dun dun dun. Yep, Beach Girl says starting to see the light rain. Rain starting in Kitty Hawk is coming down pretty good. I can agree with that. It's doing the same thing here in on Churches Island as well. Lego Train Tornado Watch is over for Fayetteville. You're out of the tornado watch, and really, you guys are just about out of the main body of the precipitation. There's still some more rain coming. Watching this little, that's okay. So here truly is the squall line. Maybe I keep saying that. I've seen several of them try to form up. This one and here, but that may be the front itself because you can see the temperatures have really dropped and it's freezing now in Tennessee and starting to drop in western North Carolina in the mountains. Piedmont's still in the 50s, but the front itself is starting to make its way through across the mountains. All right. Let me step aside for just a moment here, and we will come back with you here on the Carolina Weather Group. So don't go anywhere. We're not done yet. We want to get all these warnings out of the way, and when we do, that will probably mean we're done. But we just stand by. Still a little bit more of weather to deal with here. The Carolina Weather Group. All right, back on the Carolina Weather Group here on YouTube and the Facebooks and all that stuff. And we're going to try to get James. I think he's back with us now. James Brierton is standing by. I can see him in the queue here. And let's see. That's not what we want to do. We want to invite. We want to let him in. What are we doing here? Dude. All right. So I'm going to go here. We're going to go here. We're going to hide that. And we're going to invite guests. No, I want to add guest. Well, he's standing by. There he is. Hi. Hello,
Hi, Sam.
sir. Thanks for jumping in.
You've been holding down the fort for many hours, and so thank you for doing that. And I just want to shout out Brett and the others who have sent you super chats, because we're going to put those right back towards buying you dinner here shortly, I
think. James forgets the fact that I do live. We don't have delivery out here, dude.
We'll figure that out. Like he sends me a text drone or something.
Yeah, that might be what you have to do, is a drone.
Well, let me update you on what's happening here in Charlotte. You can probably see my very stylish hair, and that happened just in walking out to the car, because as you can see from your map, we are now catching up with the actual cold front here. It's snowing up in the mountains in western North Carolina, but Charlotte Douglas International Airport, which is just across the road from where I am right now, is reporting gusts at 30 miles an hour, and it is quite windy. Actually, there's a gate right over here that just blew open as we were talking. And so we've been in this summer mode for the past couple of days, or at least comfortable spring, and now we're going to come right back down to feeling like the cold side of March. Our low here tonight, 38 degrees, will happen at about 11 p.m. Tonight, which is just a far cry from where we started the day, Sam. And obviously, we've kind of transitioned from those spring-like temperatures to these winter-like temperatures with the big bang that has been this storm system today.
Yeah. Well, don't we always say in North Carolina, it's the only, we can always experience all four states or all four seasons in one day?
Yeah, I mean, it is quite literally snowing right now in the western North Carolina mountains. As you're tracking convective severe weather out on the Outer Banks, we can see not only on radar, but from the resort cams that are up there in the mountains, it is snowing on the surface, which is just an incredible transition between those two extremes. I know just before I hopped on, you had a question from somebody who was asking about Kannapolis. And like you said, Sam, we don't have any confirmed storm reports in the Kannapolis area. I can tell you that we did have that tornado warning that about 10 a.m. this morning was for uptown Charlotte, so portions of Mecklenburg County into portions of Cabarrus County. We were watching on some of the sky cams here rotation as that cell continued off towards Cabarrus, but we never saw anything drop back down. Overall, we've had very few confirmed storm reports. The most significant in the Charlotte area is that the National Weather Service is here, and they did a storm survey, and they have concluded that we had an EF0 tornado rip a roof off of an industrial building just north of uptown Charlotte in the neighborhood called NOAA, North Davidson. And so that's where that damage was. The tornado is believed to have been on the ground for about half a mile. But yeah, there's the look right now up in the western North Carolina mountains. And again, transitioning immediately from talking about tornadoes to snow. While we don't expect snow here in the Charlotte area, this is happening not too far from us as winter rears its ugly head again tonight and for the next few days.
Yeah, that's Beech Mountain. As we speak, live shot from Beech Mountain right now. It is snowing. Hey, you know what? I mean, that's corn skiing conditions out there right now. You can get back out there. Corn, C-O-R-N, corn skiing. I've always heard that called corn skiing is what southeastern snow is. So whatever that means.
I'll take your word for it. I do have a little bit of breaking news.
Okay.
And I don't know if this has to do with the 30-mile-per-hour winds or what, but we've just learned that Interstate 485 here near the Charlotte Douglas International Airport in Charlotte is shut down. And you can see I'm holding up a still picture of a traffic camera. That is a jackknife tractor trailer on Interstate 485 that has shut down those travel lanes. I think that's the inner loop. Let me confirm which side of our loop. Nope, that is the outer loop. So that is as you're moving away from Interstate 85, moving away from the airport, like you're trying to make your way down towards Pineville. That is a jackknife tractor trailer. Again, we do have gusts right now of about 30 miles an hour. Whether or not that contributed to the jackknifing of this truck, I don't know, but I can see police are on scene, fire department's on scene. And I don't have word yet on injuries, but it looks like just the truck was involved. I don't see any other vehicles involved.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at right now here on drivenc.gov. Near 74, mile marker 8, 2 right lanes closed past exit 9. So yeah, see if I can get the camera.
Just got the shoulder open.
Right. Let's see if the camera. Yeah, I've got the shot now. Let me see if I can get the camera up here. Oh yeah, they put it in there good. Um, yeah, we'll pull that up here on the old screen for you here to give you a better idea. Where's that one? Replace, and we will go to that channel, and there you go.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah, he put her in there good, but so this time, we got rain, maybe some wind, but rain and slick roads.
All above.
Oh, it takes a little. That's all it takes. So,
yeah.
All right. So we've only got 2 warnings right now in place here in North Carolina, and both of them are right here, where I am. I mean, literally, I can see the one. I'm almost sure I'm inside the flash flood warning now, and that is we got a flash flood warning for parts of Currituck, Camden, and Pasquotank counties, and then we've got the one. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. That's until 5 o'clock. Yeah, 5 o'clock here for all of Dare County as these cells start to make their way through. But it's interesting to note that we didn't get the the squall line that we thought maybe we'd get. And maybe that's what this is down here in Columbia, because that's probably the frontal boundary itself. But we didn't get the squall line so much as we've gotten some training effect, and we've gotten a lot of the pop-ups.
There was some concern that the line that's moving over me right now, which comparatively is pretty minor on radar, could have been a second line, second convective severe line. But I'll tell you, I haven't seen any blue sky, any sun here in Charlotte, so I don't think that second line was given any opportunity to kind of strengthen. Matter of fact, some of the locations where we have seen the strongest storms that you have up on radar right now are in places where we did get some breaks of sun, and so they were able to kind of energize a little bit more. But I don't think we really got a good heating of the day here in Charlotte, and the line came through so much earlier here than we expected. Those two things kind of turned down the volume.
Well, I'm gonna quote Lee Corso here. Not so fast, my friend, because we just got a special weather statement from the National Weather Service, and I got 2 of them, one from Columbia, one from Raleigh. Strong thunderstorms will impact Forsyth, Northwestern Moore, Davidson, Anson, Montgomery, Richmond, Randolph, Stanley, and Guilford counties through 5:15. 4:21 p.m. Doppler radar tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Harmony to near Fairview in Union County to Monroe, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour with this line that's establishing. So this, like you said, this was what we were kind of expecting to happen, and it might still be happening. Because I'm trying to get the Columbia one. Stop zooming. I want the info. I want the statement. There it is. Yeah, so this is from Columbia. Line of heavy showers and embedded storms will impact portions of eastern Fairfield, western Lee, Calhoun, southwestern Clarendon, western Chesterfield, southeastern Lexington, Sumter, Aiken, Kershaw, Lancaster, Barnwell, Bamberg, Orangeburg, and Richland counties through 5 o'clock. So that squall line is still there, but it's not to the severe level, but still 50 miles an hour can still mess some things up.
I mean, we saw that last Thursday here in Charlotte. We had a non-severe thunderstorm, meaning we didn't breach the 60-mile-per-hour criteria. We were at like 57 and 58. Came through South Charlotte on Thursday and took out like a dozen trees. There was no warning for it because it didn't meet the criteria. But I mean, the special weather statements could be indicative of that as well too. That again, 50-mile-per-hour winds could be enough to take down some trees.
Yeah, exactly. And especially if we've gotten, areas like we've seen down in the southeastern part of North Carolina where we've got 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. Here in the northeast corner now, 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. So that could play a factor. Even as dry as it is, and we're in the drought, surface water and, getting this amount of rain in a short amount of time with what we had last week, we could see some more of these trees come down. So we're not quite out of the woods yet, but it looks like we're starting to get away from the tornadic activity, at least out here. We haven't had any reports of anything on the ground. Everything's been radar indicated. And like you said earlier, the only report now is we had an EF0 in West Charlotte earlier this morning confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, that was just north of the Uptown area. And, there's always the myth, like, you can't get tornadoes in this city. Yes, you can. And we proved it yet again today.
Right.
They don't happen a whole lot, luckily. But what we did see again today in the Charlotte area, just north of Uptown Charlotte, in the North Davidson neighborhood along Altondo Avenue, was an EF0 tornado of about half a mile long, and it was circulating before that and after that. It just happened to be on the ground for about half a mile, not too far from where the rail yard is in
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte. If you've ever
Yeah.
used Amtrak here, that's essentially where this was. And the kind of the epicenter of the damage is at this warehouse that had its roof ripped off. Again, we're looking at probably about 85-mile-per-hour winds with that. There were no injuries, luckily. There were some other like industrial things like crates and things that were blown around. Generally some light stuff like pallets. But again, the roof on this structure, it looked like a typical industrial warehouse, kind of sheet metal on the outside walls, on the roof. And so I would be curious to know what that same tornado would have done to, say, a brick or a cement building. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think we would have seen a roof torn off.
Right.
But that's why the National Weather Service came here so quickly. They want to put eyes on the damage and then kind of work backwards to say, what is the strength of a tornado needed to rip a roof off of an industrial building? And
Right.
that's kind of what they
Exactly.
look at.
Yeah, I saw Brad Panovich had said December 2024 was the last time there was a tornado in the city limits
Yeah,
of
and I think he
Charlotte.
said that was over by the airport,
Uh-huh.
not too far from where the tractor trailer is.
Right.
But we do get them in Mecklenburg County. You can get them anywhere. You can get them in cities. You can get them in the mountains. They can happen anywhere. And if you look at the data going back far enough, you will see that. It just so happened that today it happened to kind of be right in that metro area. We did have one large tree that came down just south of Uptown Charlotte near Freedom Park.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not an arborist. Sounds like the tree was maybe diseased and not at its strongest. But that part of town does have some big trees that we do typically see them fall during severe storms because they're big, and then they're kind of battled and encroaching on roadways and sidewalks and things. And I think that kind of impacts the route network. And then we did have some power lines that came down in the center city area. But knock on wood, Sam, the worst thing in our area so far is an EF0, which, considering we were at moderate to start the day,
Mm-hmm.
I will take an EF0.
Right, exactly. I think I've actually got that shot of. Let me see if it was in the weather chat. That's that oak tree. It's an oak tree, and you can tell she's got a lot of lichens on it. It probably was. Yeah.
It's kind of rotted out there in the bottom, that dark area.
Yeah.
No injuries here either. As you can see, it did damage the corner of that house. Somebody
Mhm.
certainly still has a headache on their
Yes.
hands.
Right.
And it is a large tree, and I can tell you that they are already beginning to chop it up and move it along to get that cleared out. But again, luckily, no injuries with this, no injuries with anything here in our area in Charlotte. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't heard of any injuries across the region as of yet.
No, we haven't heard anything yet. And in fact, I've been kind of surprised how few local storm reports we've seen out of this. And it may just be because it's been still so active that people, we haven't really seen a lot of people reporting stuff in, other than seeing some things in the weather chat about rainfall. That's about it. I mean, some trees down, stuff that was earlier today, but nothing from this afternoon. Surprisingly, nothing from this afternoon stuff so far.
No, I do know sometimes there's a little bit of a lag as the National Weather Service will prioritize warnings, then come back and do the local storm reports. I haven't seen a lot waiting in queue. What I did just notice is the temperature contrast on your radar map here.
Yes.
Like Boone's coming in at 36, and then Wilkes County, Alexander County, that's
Mulberry. Yeah, that's Wilkesboro. Look at that.
Like, there's some elevation at play here, but I mean, that's the cold front, right?
Right.
There's 30 degrees difference between two counties next to each other.
Yeah. I mean, look up here. Mount Airy's 61 right now, and it's 39 in Jefferson.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I saw it in upstate South Carolina too, not to the same degree, but I saw like a 47 next to, temperatures that are still in the 50s. But, I see a 40.
Yeah.
It's going to get cold. I should have brought a stronger jacket. I brought a raincoat. I should have brought a winter coat.
Yeah, you might be dreading that tonight. Because
I might be dreading that tonight.
Yeah, we're only supposed to be out here. We're only supposed to be like 47 tomorrow out here. I'm not looking for that. I mean, this time of year, it's tough for us to actually, you guys can be in the 80s and we're still in the 50s just because of the cold water temperatures. And thankfully, we've been warm the last week, like you said. We've seen the sounds warm up a little bit, so it's not quite as an extreme, but still the ocean water was 41 this morning at duck.
Wowzer.
It is taking a long time, a lot longer than usual for us to get out of the 40s for ocean temperatures on the northern beaches. That's going to probably mean our spring light on into, I hate to say it, but we may still be in the 50s water temperature wise, even Memorial Day. We've seen that before when we've had cold water temperatures in early spring. It's just taken that long for it to get up. Of course, I mean, you got to drive 100 miles south and it's in the 70s, but that's just how it is out here.
Yeah. I do have some light rain falling here. Again, we're still kind of socked in with clouds. I'm over by the airport, and so we're kind of getting into that transitional period here. In a moment, I'm going to go back inside and work on Brad Panovich's 6:30 show. But again, Sam, I can see that you're coming up on 6 hours of coverage here. So if I had a hat, I'd take it off to you. I do have a hat.
Yeah.
There we go. Look, it's an OG Carolina Weather Group hat that has seen better days. And thank you, sir.
Sir.
For your work.
Yep. My voice may not be thanking you, but anyway, thanks. No, I've enjoyed it. It's kind of like, going back to the old hurricane days when we have those out here. Rehearsal. Maybe that's what I'm calling this, rehearsal. Hopefully I won't have to deal with it. But anyway.
I hope not. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, James. We'll talk to you soon. All right. James Brierton here on the Carolina Weather Group. As he steps away and we will take him out there. There you go. He is out. He is clear. And just taking a look at the radar right now, really, we're still seeing the heaviest of shower and thunderstorm activity continuing to be in the eastern half of North Carolina. Some of that down in South Carolina, but there is that frontal boundary / squall line that we've been talking about, waiting to see if it's going to set up or not. And it is setting up. So some gusty showers in that. It's not a very big line. That's good news, but it is there. And if you are, close to that, you're going to see that. So those of you out to our west, like I said, James just saw it come through Charlotte. It's making its way towards Concord now, or maybe already made it through Concord. But Monroe has got it right now, and then on up towards Salisbury, maybe even there. It's just a lighter. But the heavier stuff, Monroe south, on down to east of Columbia, down to Orangeburg, to Hampton, and then on down towards Hilton Head. You're going to see this come through. Charleston, you're going to get it after you're dealing right now with some heavier shower activity at the moment. And so we do have that to still deal with. But we are seeing the threat of tornadoes decline, even though we are still in a tornado watch for everything east of I-95 till 7 o'clock in the northeast corner. And then the rest of eastern North Carolina and northeastern South Carolina east of I-95 is still in a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. We only have one tornado storm warning in place, severe thunderstorm warning for Dare County. That is until 5 o'clock. And then we do have a flash flood warning until 7 o'clock for parts of Pasquotank, Camden, and Currituck counties. And I'm getting poured on right now, even though I am actually outside the watch box now to look at it. But I'm getting the heavy rain. So we're definitely, we're going to be dealing with those effects for a little while anyway, although it doesn't take all that long to drain off. So head on down south. Still some pretty strong thunderstorms in Greenville, on up to just west of Williamston, so Robertsonville, Ahoskie, those areas. Seems like things have backed down a little bit for the folks in Snow Hill and Kinston, down to Warsaw, You're getting it right now in Faison and Mount Olive. That's going to have to move through the Snow Hill, Greenville areas as well. And then on down to Wilmington. It looks like Wilmington's done with this part of it. Anyway, that stuff's starting to move towards Jacksonville and New Bern and on up towards me out here on the Outer Banks. So we are going to let this, here's the plan. We're going to stick with it here at least for the next 30 minutes. We're going to stick around till at least 5 o'clock. Want to watch what this does here. What's going on here? I'm going to take a short break. And we'll get back to the chat in a minute. I'm going to catch my breath, grab a drink of water, do what we need to do offline. But we are still here, live coverage from the Carolina Weather Group of our severe weather outbreak in North and South Carolinas on this Monday, March the 16th. Stick around. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back here on the Carolina Weather Group. 446 on this Monday, March 16th, 2026. I'm Sam Walker, in the studio in the Outer Banks. Thanks to James Brotherton joined us a little while ago, checking in from Charlotte to keep us updated with what was happening there as our severe weather outbreak is coming to a close, but we still got some things to deal with. First off, I'll let you know, we did just see that severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Dare County has expired, and it's been replaced by some special marine warnings. We do have a flash flood warning in effect in northeastern North Carolina, out here where I am, for parts of Currituck, Camden, and Pasquotank counties into southern Virginia Beach. Now, we are seeing the special weather statements have been issued by Columbia, Raleigh, and also by the Blacksburg National Weather Service offices. For the frontal boundary itself is setting up a little bit of a it is setting up a little bit of a whoo, man, 6 hours on the air will do this to you sometimes, folks. We are starting to see that squall line set up out ahead of the frontal boundary. So you can see it making its way across central North Carolina, having already moved through Charlotte. Central South Carolina really seeing the bulk of it, the precipitation. So Florence, you're going to be getting ready for that. Areas around Florence should be getting ready for that. It's going to be some brief gusts up to 50 miles an hour and some heavy rainfall with that. And that little squall line is forecast to continue to make its way across both states as we get through the next hours, a couple hours. But we don't have any other warnings in effect. We still have some pretty strong thunderstorms making their way through eastern North Carolina. Tornado watch remains in effect 7 o'clock for the northeast corner of the state, and the rest of eastern North Carolina and northeastern South Carolina until 8 o'clock. Pretty much everything east of I-95 is seeing that is under that tornado watch. I'm going to get through the chat here. No, there is no, let's see. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through some of the comments here. Thanks, Beach Girl, for the great compliments. Appreciate that. Let us know. Keep us updated. What's going on in Kitty Hawk? No tornadoes touching down. We don't have any tornado warnings. The only touchdown that we have confirmed is an EF0 in the NOAA part of Charlotte. That's in West Charlotte. That damaged an industrial building out there. EF0 with winds of 85 miles an hour. That damaged an industrial building in the NOAA section of Charlotte. That's the only confirmed touchdown so far. As James mentioned a little while ago, we don't have a lot of local storm reports right now, but that's because the Weather Service prioritizes putting out data on the warnings rather than just getting that information out. Let's see. North Iredell Rescue Squad reporting that Mooresville is getting hammered now with several reports of trees and power lines down from that front coming through, or from the squall line coming through. And the really gusty stuff's managed to down some trees, won't last long, but there's still some chance of 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts tonight as the wind shifts to westerly flow. So we're going to see a northwest wind behind the front. If you're looking at the radar right now, you can see those temperature differences: 32 in Boone and 61 in Salisbury, 63 in Asheboro, 65 out near Troy. Come out my way in the state, 68 right now in Edenton, 66 Elizabeth City. We're supposed to get down in the 30s tonight. So that's why we got this powerful front. This powerful storms out of this front. So no warnings in effect other than the flash flood warning up here in the northeast corner of the state of North Carolina. No warnings anywhere else, and just the special weather statements as the frontal boundary and the little squall line is making its way across the Piedmont right now into the Midlands of South Carolina, and actually starting to make its way on through the Midlands and down as we get towards the low country here over the next couple of hours. So plan now is we're going to stick around with you just a few more minutes. I'm going to check the chat, See if anybody else has got anything other question wise. But we thank everybody who's joined us today here on the Carolina Weather Group and our extended coverage of our severe weather outbreak. That flash flood warning, by the way, is in effect. Oh, now, okay. Well, stand by because we just got a severe thunderstorm warning that has just come in for a large swath of between Asheboro and the North Carolina, South Carolina state line. Anson, Davidson, Montgomery, Moore, Randolph, Richmond, and Stanley counties all included in this severe thunderstorm warning. As we've got severe thunderstorm warning with severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Rockwell to near Albemarle to 7 miles southeast of Sturtevant, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour, and the hazard from this 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 5:30. So, again, this squall line, and this is what we were thinking was going to happen throughout the day, was we were going to see these clusters of showers and storms pop up out ahead of the front, way ahead of the front, through the morning, midday, afternoon, and then the evening hours is when the squall line was set up, and that's the actual frontal boundary coming through, and that we could see more severe weather. That's why we still got our watches up for eastern North Carolina and northeastern South Carolina, because this squall line is going to come through, could possibly spin up something. So not quite done yet. So that's what's going on there. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning has just popped up for a good chunk of the Piedmont, eastern Piedmont of North Carolina, from about High Point, maybe just outside High Point, Randleman. That's a good spot. Yeah, Randleman, Seagrove, Biscoe, Candor, Ellerby, Rockingham, Wadesboro, Polkton, Albemarle, Denton. You're all in the path of this. The severe thunderstorm, that line that's going to be crossing your area with this strong wind gust of up 60 miles an hour. It's really the wind that's more than anything else out of this. Not a lot of rain, but a very significant wind. Special weather statements out between west of Florence now, including Hartsville, Darlington, Society Hill, Churraw. Lugoff, you already been through it. Bishopville is next up on this. Sumter, Lakewood, Manning. You're all in it. Orangeburg, it's coming through there now. Santee. So I-95, all of I-95 is about to hit this big wind gust on down to Walterboro and even to Savannah. This is, as we've been mentioning, this is the frontal boundary itself and the squall line coming through as we speak now in those areas, pretty much central South Carolina, right up along I-95, and then on up the US 220, the Interstate 73-74 corridor on up towards Greensboro. So we do have those areas are going to get the strong winds here very shortly. And again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:30 for the central parts of or these areas here between Randleman and the state line, the North Carolina-South Carolina border. All right. So that's where we're at with that. Our severe weather coverage continues in a moment here on the Carolina Weather Group. All right, back here on the Carolina Weather Group, I'm Sam Walker from the Outer Banks, keeping you up to date with what's going on as we continue to deal with our severe weather across the Carolinas. The threat of tornadoes has declined, although we still have the tornado watch until 8 o'clock for northeastern South Carolina and much of eastern North Carolina until 7 o'clock in the extreme northeast corner of North Carolina. But we do have still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect from about Randleman down to the South Carolina border in central North Carolina as this squall line continues to make its way across. Some winds gusts of 60 miles an hour possible, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Same thing down in South Carolina, 50 to 60 possible. We haven't seen it reach severe thunderstorm levels yet. But the National Weather Service has issued some special weather statements down there, coming into Florence in that area, crossing Sumter right now in Hartsville, moving up to Wadesboro, and just moved through Albemarle, headed towards Asheboro, High Point, Greensboro may see this. Yes, you could see some gusty winds of upwards of 50 miles an hour for a brief period of time. So that could bring us some power outages. So we're not quite done yet with the severe weather threat there. Seeing some of the heavier rain still going on out in eastern North Carolina. That's where we've had these clusters of showers and thunderstorms well ahead of the frontal boundary from throughout the day that have sparked some tornado warnings. Nothing touched the ground there. The only place we saw a tornado touchdown was in the NOAA area. The NOAA neighborhood in Charlotte damaged an industrial building, an EF0. That was this morning. But we still have the possibility of tornadoes, but we are seeing that threat decline. Flash flood warning still in effect for extreme northeast corner of North Carolina, Currituck, Camden, and Pasquotank counties. Parts there we've seen upwards of 2 inches of rain and even more. That's already fallen and more rain possible. So that was what prompted that flash flood warning up there. You see on your screen up in the northeast corner of North Carolina. Those orange polygons, those are special marine warnings that have been issued, still in effect for the open waters and also north of Oregon Inlet, the Sounds, and the ocean waters there with these storms that are capable of producing water spouts, as well as gusty winds topping 50 miles an hour in those spots. Also, the same thing off Cape Lookout right now out in the waters. But here on land, we still got clusters of showers and thunderstorms making their way between Jacksonville and New Bern on up towards Washington, just northeast of Greenville, up into Bertie County and Hertford County as well. Had some folks in the chat asking about some specific locations, and I'll try to get to a couple of those here. Penny was asking if we're done in Raleigh. Yeah, there is a chance you might see a brief period of wind gust of 50 miles an hour coming in the next hour or so, maybe next 2 hours, as that squall line moves through there. Florence, not quite done yet, Tim. Still gets this squall line making its way towards Florence in the next 30 minutes or so, with some heavy rain in it, but also those wind gusts upwards of 50 miles an hour possible. Kannapolis and Davidson areas, you should be done. Yeah, it's already moved through there. Still seeing some rain. You're going to start seeing the temperatures drop, though, here as we get through the next hour or so. Already down about 10 degrees in the next hour as well. The Weather Girl, F1K. Sure, we're going to probably see some power outages tonight. Let's see what else. Yep, we do have that as well. Rich Square asking about what you're going to get up in Rich Square here. You got some light shower activity at the moment, but again, that maybe the next hour or two, that squall line comes through probably around dark. That might bring those gusty winds again, like we're seeing well to your west right now, up in Rich Square. Let's see. Is it flood in Raleigh? No, we shouldn't see anything else rain-wise, heavy rain-wise. maybe a brief period of heavy showers with that squall line, but nothing to flooding levels like we've seen elsewhere. That shouldn't be a problem to deal with from what's left of our storm system tonight here in North Carolina and South Carolina. Just trying to get a big picture here and make sure we don't have any other warnings that have popped up. Nope. We do have a local storm report here from the Charleston area. Marine wind gust of 39 miles an hour at Folly Beach. That was at 3:45 p.m. We'll start seeing some of those coming in. We got a feeling. Somebody brought up the power outages, and let's see here. Let me try to do a screen share now. I'm going to switch to our power outages and see if we can get some updated info on those. We'll go to the North Carolina map first and get a refresh on it. 17,553 currently across the state. The biggest number is in Mecklenburg County with 5,100, Union County around 2,100, 1,100 in Rowan County, Polk County with just under 1,800 as of 5 o'clock. And then you can see the rest out in the mountains. And we do have wind advisory. It's gone up out there that may bring us some more power outages as we go through the nighttime with the strong winds that are expected behind the front out of the west and the northwest. Of course, as you can see, we've had snow falling. I played some video earlier from Beach Mountain of snowfall. Let me get into South Carolina where, yeah, we've got quite a few. This is the electric co-ops. Let's see make sure that's the updated info. Yeah, it is. Spartanburg's got the highest number from the electric co-ops, almost just over 2,000 from French Broad Electric Co-op. Greenville Blue Ridge Electric Co-op 832. Lancaster County from Lynch's River and the York co-ops around 760, and then down in Aiken County just under 750 from the two co-ops there. Duke Energy, let's see, their outages across the Carolinas right now. And that, we were talking earlier about the North Carolina map. You can see about 12,000 in the Charlotte area. Roughly what? I got to zoom. Kind of gives me a little difficulty in the zooms here. What's that? South of Kershaw. Yeah, you got in the Red Hill area around 1,000. A few in Lancaster. All right, and this is all the Duke Energy outages. Don't have the Dominion map up at the moment. Maybe I can pull that one. We'll go back to the radar while I check out the Dominion outages, which covers the northeast corner of the state and parts of South Carolina as well. But we'll send you back to our live shot, our live radar shot. Okay, Dominion Energy outages. We'll go to North Carolina and start their outage map and see what we've got outage wise for Dominion service territory. It's only 5 out in the northeast corner of the state right now. In southeastern Virginia, about 1,000, and in central Virginia, only 108. So minor power outages. 245 around. Okay, that's Martin County, and they've got about 245 out in Martin County, North Carolina. So I didn't show that up there. Let me see if I can pop this in so you can see that from your side of things. There we go. We'll go to replace and outage map, and yeah. There you go. That's that one Martin County where we had quite a bit of thunderstorm activity for an extended period earlier this afternoon. There. And I'll zoom back out. Like I said, just small numbers Just a few very isolated power outages in Dominion service territory in northeastern North Carolina at this hour. All right, back to the radar. Let's see where that gust front is, because we're going to need to be stepping aside here and wrap it up. Short amount. Okay, now we do have another severe thunderstorm warning now been issued for the Triad, High Point, and Greensboro, and Winston-Salem from the frontal boundary coming in, and their squall line coming in. Yep. So wind gust of 60 miles an hour, maybe some hail possible, and that lasts until 6 p.m. So this is our squall line that is bringing us these severe thunderstorm warnings for the Piedmont of North Carolina. Pretty much the entire Triad on down to Rockingham is under that severe thunderstorm warning because of our squall line that is intensifying a little bit. And we've seen it intensify here as we've been watching this closely for the last hour, 2 hours so as it's formed up. Head down to South Carolina. That squall line's moved through Bishopville. It's approaching Florence now, Hartsville, Cheraw, Bennettsville, and down to Lakewood. Have you got it yet? Yeah, Lakewood just now. Manning's going to be next up. Down to St. George, Walterboro, right along I-95. So I-95 is getting it right now with that squall line. So that's probably slowing traffic down. I probably could pull up one of the cameras down there. Let me see if I can get to South Carolina's traffic cameras, and you can see what's going on there. And with that squall line as it's making its way, let me get into the 511sc.org website, and we will pull up the Walterboro, one of the Walterboro cameras. That'll give us a very good idea of what we're dealing with there. Well, it's just showing the rain. It doesn't really show anything too significant at the moment, but I want to see if I can get another spot that maybe we're going to watch Santee is just about to see that squall line moving in there. So maybe we can hit one of the cameras. Yep, there it is right there. It is happening right now. If I can get this to... Oh, nope, didn't want to full screen that. Let me... Bear with me here because, man, I would love to get this to you right now. Let's see if I can get the restream to pull this camera because you get a very good idea of what's happening. This is at... Yep, you can see that heavy rain right now. That is where I-95 at Santee, crossing Lake Marion. That's where we're seeing the squall line coming through right now here at 5:15. So let's see if I can get that to zoom out. I'd love to be able to get a bigger image of it if I could. Doesn't think it's going to let me have a bigger image. Oh, well, there we go. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's what we want to see. Yeah, now it's a better shot of it. So you can see there's the squall line right now as traffic continues to move at speed on I-95 at mile marker 99.5 there in Santee, South Carolina, right at the Lake Marion Bridge. That's where the big striped bass is billboard. That I always, every time I drive by it, I see that I caught a fish this big. Anyway. So there's the squall line coming through Santee right now. And again, we got special weather statements on the South Carolina side, but North Carolina, we got the severe thunderstorm warnings for gusts of 60 miles an hour anticipated out of this line. Looks like the line has gotten through there. Trees are still moving pretty good. And the rain's coming down, but not nearly as bad as it was. So we'll shift on back over to our radar image and see if we've got any further There we go. No more warnings other than these two severe thunderstorm warnings right now along the Piedmont of North Carolina, along the Interstate 74, 73 corridor from Greensboro down to Rockingham. Flash flood warning up here in the northeast corner of the state. That's going to until 8 o'clock tonight. A couple of special marine warnings here along the Outer Banks. A tornado watch continues. Actually, the tornado watch now has been shrunk further. It's now, it's about the same. It's starting to see some counties carved out of that along I-95 in North Carolina, but the tornado watch still remains in effect for extreme northeast South Carolina. So basically Florence to Myrtle Beach and Georgetown. And of course, that is because we've got the squall line making its way towards those areas. So that's why we've still got the tornado watch in effect still there. But much of I-95 in North Carolina is out of the tornado watch now, but still areas to the east because we do have clusters of storms that could spin up a tornado possibly over the next couple of hours. And that's why those watches are still in place. 8 o'clock south of the Albemarle Sound, 7 o'clock north of the Albemarle Sound here in northeastern North Carolina. All right. The voice is catching. I will be honest with you. So coming up on 7 hours here on the air solo can have a little effect on the voice. So I'm going to step aside. We're going to stay with you. We're going to keep you up to date. You can watch the maps here, the radar, as we continue to see the final act of this severe weather outbreak play out over the next couple hours here on the Carolina Weather Group. Right, back here with you on the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Sam Walker as we're going to wind down our coverage here on the main channels. And we will be shifting over to back to our storm tracker. If you go to the Carolina Weather Group page on YouTube, you can find our live stream, which is up with our storm tracker, which has got all your forecasts, live cameras, radar, all that stuff, and warnings and watches as they become available. But we're going to wind down here as we've done 7 hours, and I think my voice has said that's enough, unfortunately. But we still have some severe weather out there to deal with, but it is brief. It could be damaging. We do have that potential for some damaging winds because of this squall line that has set up along the frontal boundary. And you can see we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in place, both in North Carolina. One is right around Greensboro now, Greensboro, High Point, and Winston-Salem. So the triad's still under that severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, it's now expanded or been reduced down to just High Point and Greensboro in the Guilford County, the northwest corner of Guilford County. All of Guilford County right now in one or another severe thunderstorm warning. This one, which covers Greensboro and High Point itself, that is going to expire at 6 o'clock. There's a larger one that's going to last until about 6:15, and that one covers from the Guilford-Rockingham County line into Alamance County and on down Siler City, Sanford, and all the way down to Rockingham and Laurinburg, including Southern Pines and Pinehurst. Troy's right on the edge of it, and that is because of that strong line right there that's moving across 73, 74 at the moment, US 220. That's bringing wind gusts of upwards of 60 miles an hour for a brief time. Also some heavy rain. Sheerall just got it. Bennettsville about to get it. Darlington about to get it. Florence about to get it. Manning, you just moved through Manning right now. So the northern parts of I-95 are going to get this here soon in South Carolina. And it's just going to make its way across the rest of North Carolina and South Carolina as we move through the evening hours here. We do have just that flash flood warning still in effect up in the northeastern corner of North Carolina for parts of Pasquotank, Camden, and Currituck counties until that lasts until 8:15. Is that right? Hour 7:15 maybe. 7:15. Yep, 7:15 it goes. And then our tornado watch, which still covers northeast corner of South Carolina and much of eastern North Carolina, is until 8 o'clock. The extreme northeast corner of North Carolina, 7 o'clock. Still a few of these cells in here could become tornadic, but not expecting them. Got a couple of storm reports that have come in, just some small ones. Some thunderstorm wind damage reported near Albemarle with a tree down on Highway 138. And then here is thunderstorm wind gust of 56 miles an hour. That was at, is that Rodanthe or is that at, yeah, it's at Rodanthe. It might be at Waves Resort. Kitty Hawk Kite. Yeah, Kitty Hawk Kite's resort and Waves had a wind gust of 49 knots, 56 miles an hour with that thunderstorms that moved through earlier. Around 4:30 there on Hatteras Island. You can still see the warm temperatures. 70 degrees right now in the Dare County mainland out at the Dare County bombing range in Alligator River National Wildlife Refuge. Still in the 60s across a good portion of North Carolina and South Carolina. But then behind the front, you start seeing the temperatures drop. Already 53 at Charlotte Douglas. We're already down to 36 in Fletcher. Boone's down to 31 now with snow. Banner Elk, we saw snow, quite a bit of snow earlier. Beach Mountain actually was getting snow earlier on their webcam. 40s now out in the upstate. Clemson at 43. Spartanburg at 48. And the temperature is going to keep dropping. Columbia now at 55. But as you can see, it's still 67 in Florence, 64 out at Myrtle Beach, 66 at the Charleston International Airport. Savannah's down to 61. Hilton Head's at 64, and the squall line getting ready to go through there as well. So we are going to switch you back now. For those of you that are on the Carolinas, the live severe weather updates on Facebook and YouTube, you can find the Carolina Weather Group stream. I'm going to try. Let's see if I can get the link up here. YouTube, and we're going to go to the Carolina Weather Group page. And let's see. That's that one. That's me. Oh, yeah, Storm Tracker. That's what we want. We want the Storm Tracker. Don't want to hear the music because it's going to just be an echo of me. But those of you in the chat right now, you can go here for the latest updates. All right. It is, again, just search YouTube. Search Carolina Weather Group on YouTube. And the link that is on the screen right now, just go in the chat, okay? Go in the chat, and you will find the Carolina Weather Group Storm Tracker. And that is the live stream that we've got up. And like I said, it's got live cameras. In fact, you can just had a shot of Boone up a moment ago with the live cam from downtown Boone showing snow falling. But that's going to keep you up to date with the latest watches, warnings, and current conditions and forecasts as well. So glad you joined us here on this very busy Monday on the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Sam Walker here on the Outer Banks. I will join, hopefully see you soon, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon. But again, live coverage continues over on the Carolina Weather Group Storm Tracker live Carolina Weather Radar. Just go to the Carolina Weather Group page on YouTube. Click on the live tab. You'll find that live stream up there, and that'll keep you up to date throughout the rest of the evening. We will jump back on if we need to for any tornado warnings. We may throw in some extra live coverage here if conditions warrant. Oh, we just got something coming over here. We've got some live storm reports. Thunderstorm wind damage around the Albemarle area. That was one we had earlier, but we've seen several more pop up here just as we got ready to go off the air. Let's see. Yep, trees down. Multiple reports of trees down around the Albemarle area just coming into the National Weather Service in the last few moments. So there you go. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue out here in the Piedmont. That's probably going to shift to the east as we go through the next couple hours with our squall line. And our tornado watch continues till 8 o'clock south of the Albemarle Sound all the way down into northeastern South Carolina. 7 o'clock for the extreme northeast corner of North Carolina. We'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Have a great Monday and stay safe out there.